November 2025. Thank you, and I acknowledge the people in our public gallery. Thank you for coming along too. I welcome Mrs. Ruth Groffman, who will open the meeting with a prayer on behalf of the Dunedin Jewish community. And you know how to work the microphone?
Yep. Eternal God, let us feel your presence even when we deal with mundane matters. May the aims we set ourselves and the means we choose to implement them accord with your will. Make us conscious of our responsibility as leaders of our community. By the example we set and the policies we adopt, may we help its members to understand our heritage, to practice our faith, and to work for the welfare of society. Grant us the wisdom to build on past achievements, the humility to learn from past mistakes, the courage to think new thoughts and to consider new ideas. May we listen to each other with respect and judge each other with loving kindness, and may our controversies be only for your sake. Guide us with wide counsel and establish the work of our hands. Amen.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll now move on to our public forum, for which we have 5 speakers. We've got Aaron Hawkins on Zoom. Hi Aaron, can you hear us?
Cool. So I can hear you fine.
Excellent. You know the drill.
Oh. Yeah. Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you for accommodating me long distance at your meeting this morning. My name's Aaron Hawkins. I'm the strategic lead of the Otago Housing Alliance. And for those of you who I haven't met yet, we are a collective impact network of individuals and organisations working towards better housing outcomes for our communities across the city and the wider Otago region. And it's great to be having the discussion today about how we can best support our whānau in greatest housing need. And ultimately, what we need is 2 things. In the long term, we need to build more public housing. But in the short term, we need greater support for whānau experiencing homelessness. And that's what your discussion today is about. We support the city's housing action plan. It could be reviewed and the language strengthened to be more direct in terms of the work that you're doing to end homelessness in the city, but we can't sit on our hands in the meantime. There's no outcome of any review that won't tell us that this outreach service is needed and needed urgently in our city. And government have thankfully acknowledged that the need exists, but they haven't gone far enough in terms of the scope of the work that they're doing, the personnel that they have applied to it, in terms of the number of people doing the work, and the longevity of that contract, which runs out in June. One man working until June and mostly focused on connecting people with MSD, from what we understand, isn't what's needed. We conducted a pre-election survey of candidates running for office, and the overwhelming majority of candidates who responded told us that they believed strongly that the council had a role to play in addressing homelessness in our city. This is the first opportunity you have as elected members to make a meaningful contribution to that work. A common argument against this, I suppose, is usually framed around a version of the question, what is the role of central government versus what is the role of local government? And I agree. I would love for central government to see this as part of its core responsibilities and resource it adequately, but they don't. And we can't wait for government to come and save us. We need to be in control of our own destiny. So we urge Council to support the immediate resourcing of this work within the DCC, acknowledging that discussions about future years will take place in May when decisions are taken on the next annual plan. This, we believe, is the best chance we have of embedding this critical mahi right across the work of the city, and we needed to be doing it yesterday. I'd only anticipated speaking in terms of the outreach service today, but it's also connected to the restructuring of Council's grants process, both the removal of community voice and the delegation of decision making to an officer level, because many of the services that are needed in our community and that apply for community grants are connected to the outcomes we are working towards in housing. And many of those groups find themselves at odds with council grants policies that say you won't fund groups whose work is primarily the role of central government, even when central government decides that it isn't necessary. And I think that the best example in my experience of this is the Servants Health Centre. And for those of you who aren't familiar with their work, they provide health services for whānau who don't have a primary care physician, who might struggle to find one or take them on because they have complex needs or no fixed address. And every year, the staff recommendation to the grants committee would come back and say, decline this application because it doesn't meet council's criteria, and they were right. But the knowledge and the understanding of the grants committee, largely through the perspective of its appointed community reps, was able to make the case that life wasn't as simple or as black and white as council's grants policy was, and that the neglect of government wasn't a reason for council to turn its back on whānau. Also, delegation set at $5,000 will mean effectively every community grant decision is delegated to staff. And that means, because that's just the sum of money that is handed out through that grants pool, and that means one of two things. Either these groups will miss out on funding because they don't meet the criteria, or staff will have to use their discretion when it comes to enforcing the policy, and that's an invidious position for them to find themselves in, because that sort of discretion should always be politically accountable. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions as far as I'm able.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Sophie, and bang on 5 minutes, Aaron. Thank you, and thanks for your thoughts on grants. But my question's about the outreach service, Aaron. I think like you, all of us around the table agree an outreach service is needed. But do you have any thoughts on the difference between the work being done in-house as opposed to being delivered in the community?
Yeah, great question. It will surprise nobody at the meeting to know that my politics broadly are left of centre, but I'm in no way a statist. I don't believe that government is best positioned to be the deliverer of wellbeing services in our community at any level. And I think, and you know, it is often, if not most likely, for things to be successful in the long term if there's a degree of community ownership and delivery. But in this case, I don't think we are there yet, and I don't think we're ready for that yet. I think that would be a great goal in the medium to longer term. And I make that, I think that's mostly because I think the primary role, or the first task that this service has to do is to embed across the various departments of council a coherent and compassionate response to a complex issue, whether it's parks or transport or events or community development or whatever. And I think building that capacity across the organisation and building those pathways can only be done internally. I think it would be a real struggle for a community group or an NGO to come in and do that. So I think having an in-house service delivery model, at least in the beginning, is essential to set it up. And I think in the longer term, absolutely worth a conversation about how that might be handled within community in the longer run.
Awesome, thank you.
It appears we have no more questions. Thank you. Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Aaron, could you just elaborate a bit on the opportunity for private funding and debt financing to support your broader housing objectives?
Councillor, I don't think I can expand upon something I didn't mention.
Okay, but I believe some of the housing goals can be supported.
I think that Mr. Hawkins has said that he can't answer your question. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. And now we have David Bainbridge-Safar to talk about fare free transport. Kia ora and welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks for inviting me to come and speak to you today. To the councillors on your first term, good luck. It's a hell of a difficult job, and I wish you nothing but the best over the triennium. For those of you who have been re-elected, congratulations on having another crack at it. You may remember that I spoke to you last triennium on free public transport. So here I am again. What's changed in the last 3 years? It's happening more and more. Free public transport is happening all across the world, in small towns, big cities, whole countries, under right-leaning governments, under left-leaning governments. Free public transport's happening, and wherever it's happening, it's not unhappening. Nowhere that's introduced it has cancelled it. Even since the letter I wrote to you, 3 weeks ago, the city I grew up in, Sheffield City in the UK, Sheffield City Council is discussing free public transport, and they're discussing it because Glasgow City Council has just announced funding for a trial of free public transport starting next year. I know in Dunedin we're proud of our Scottish roots and our fiscally conservative Scottish roots. If a place like Glasgow is bringing in free public transport, I mean, it's happening everywhere. And the letter I wrote to you lists in quite brief terms some of the benefits. The benefits of free public transport are many, and really I think anything you want to achieve over this triennium, free public transport will help. If you want to help stimulate the economy, free public transport will help. If you want to protect the environment, free public transport will help. If you want to cut costs, free public transport will help. It's, for me, such an obvious thing. I think it really is inevitable that free public transport will happen in New Zealand eventually. It's just a question of when. And the question for you guys really is do you want to go first? Because I think it will happen across New Zealand, and it's a case of which city is going to do it first. With the changes that were announced a couple of days ago around regional councils, it might make it slightly easier for you guys to do it if public transport comes under your control. And I know your previous infrastructure chair, Councillor Jim O'Malley, was having discussions with the regional council and I think with government and Waka Kotahi about how to bring free public transport in. It's going to happen. I think the benefits of going first are actually really big benefits and worth going first. If you look down the road at Invercargill and SIT, when they became the first to offer free fees, that was a massive boost to Invercargill. And I think being the first city to go free buses could be huge for Dunedin. You'd have high school kids in the Waikato wondering where to go to university, thinking, oh, I'll go to Dunedin because the buses are free. You'd have couples up in the Coromandel thinking where to go for a long weekend trip. Oh, I'll go to Dunedin because I know the buses are free so I can get around easily. I think going first would be huge. So what I'd ask you guys to consider is, ahead of your next long-term plan in 2027, is considering including funding for free public transport in that long-term plan, potentially as a consultation item. Polling and opinion surveys certainly suggest it's very, very popular with the public, but I'd leave that to the good people of Dunedin to decide. But that's what I'd ask for today, for you guys to consider including it in your next long-term plan coming up in 18 months. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
I have a question first. So we're going into our annual plan process and a long-term plan process, and that's the process for doing things. Will you come back to those? Is your intention to come back?
Yep, see you soon.
Thank you. I have Councillor Vandervis and Councillor Weatherall.
You've noted that it's the ORC that runs the buses, and it'll be at least 2 years if the government gets re-elected before we might have a hand in that. Have you spoken to the ORC, and have you been able to square with them a free bus service when they have just promised a zero rates rise?
Yeah, so the reason why I'm talking to you guys rather than ORC, there's a couple of reasons for that. First of all, ORC under this government are not allowed to go free, so they have to they have to do something, but someone else funding it is a possibility. So DCC funding it for ORC would be a possibility. The other reason is, the greatest respects to our friends in wider Otago, I don't really care about Queenstown. I would like free buses here in Dunedin, which would be a Dunedin City Council thing. If QLDC want to give some money to have free buses in Queenstown, good for them. But yeah, Dunedin's the place I live, and while I'm not a bus user, and even if they were free, I still wouldn't use them. I'm happy for my rates to cover the cost of them because the benefits are just so many. But yeah, it's a Dunedin issue, so it's, for me, a Dunedin City Council. But yeah, I've spoken to ORC, and that's the reason why it needs to be with you guys.
And what have the ORC said when you spoke to them?
Some of the councillors are interested. I haven't spoken to them since they announced, I think, in today's paper that they want a 0% rates rise. But they can have that if you guys step up and provide the funding for the free buses in Dunedin.
Councillor Weatherall, Councillor London, then Councillor Ong, but we've just got 3 minutes left, so
Thank you, Sophie. Good morning. Good morning. Do you consider the biggest impact on the use of public transport rests on frequency of services or the cost?
I think it's cost, and I think you've seen when buses were free. So we put free buses on for big events like All Blacks games, and we put free buses on during COVID. That it creates behaviour change, and having those free buses would be a behavioural shift. Yeah, great if the buses are every 5 minutes, but if they're free, I think that creates behaviour change, and I think people don't mind queuing up for a free thing that you might not be willing to queue up if you're paying for it.
Councillor Lund.
David, with your research around the world, where there's cities using free public transport, what is the research or the results showing from when, in terms of the percentage uplift from paying to free?
Sorry.
And also, what's the quantum? I assume you can tell us what the bus service costs us at the minute, and what, I understand it's about 92% is subsidised or rate funded. So we're talking about, I think 8%. Yeah, if you just expand on that.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Microphone.
Sorry, that's a really good point. That the buses are heavily subsidised at the moment. So as Councillor Lund says, they're subsidised to the tune of 90-odd%, and you're getting some benefit from that. Subsidising them to 100% would get a massive benefit. One of the examples I quoted in the letter to you guys is a town, I think in Belgium, that saw over a 1,000% increase in public transport user without increasing the frequency of buses or increasing the cost of the service. And it also didn't have any impact, Councillor Sims, on car ownership. People still owned cars, they just drove them a little bit less. So big benefits, big user increase.
Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. David, can you elaborate on the opportunity to provide this for essential workers, public safety workers, and our healthcare workers, as opposed to just perhaps a more broad-based community bus service?
Yeah, I think buses are free for some people currently. The very young and the very old, and some places have trialled doing it for essential workers. But again, you're going most of the way for minimal benefit. To get almost there and not get the full benefit seems to me not worth it. I think make it free for absolutely everyone all the time, and you'd see huge benefits.
Thank you, Mr. Bainbridge-Zafar. Our time is up. Thank you. Good. I now welcome Suzanne Menzies-Culling, who's here to talk about the 2026 Waitangi Day event.
Kia ora me Sophie, tēnā koutou katoa, ngā kaone hira o Tipoti. My name is Suzanne Menzies-Culling, and I want to just thank you for allowing me to speak today. I wanted to talk about the next year's Waitangi Day event in the Octagon, which I haven't heard any details about at this stage. So I just wanted to come here today to inform or remind the Council of the history of Waitangi Day observance in Dunedin since the 1980s. although my family and I were in the UK during the 1981 Springbok tour, I know that there was resistance to the tour, and the protests of that year brought home to many New Zealanders the racism that was alive and well in God's own. This, of course, followed on from the 1975 Land March, which actually alerted those of us who weren't tangata whenua that things weren't right here in God's own, and that Māori were very concerned about what had happened to them over the last 150 so years. In the early 1980s, some work began in the city amongst young Pākehā especially, but also young New Zealand-born Pacifica women and men, that they needed to look at their place here and understand how this country we call New Zealand came into being. So organisations such as Corso, the Dunedin Anti-Racism Coalition, Te Hunga Rangatahi, which was the University Māori Students Club, Otapuri Black Women's Group, Ngā Wahine o Ngā Hoi Whā, which was the Māori Women's Group, and Te Whāroa Matariki, which was a nuclear-free and independent Pacific organisation. So together they began to hold events in the Octagon every February the 6th. Usually it was a concert with speakers and local musicians speaking and performing, enhancing the kaupapa of the day. Sometimes we held history walks around the city, remembering people and events that had been forgotten or deliberately obscured by our education system and our politicians. We never considered it a holiday as such or a day to spend at the beach. We produced leaflets and banners. Great local performers gave their time and talents for free to honour the memory of those rangatira who had signed the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840, who had given our people the right to come and live here, amongst them, their whānau and their hapu. This at a time when our people were fleeing from the hellhole that was the 19th century Britain in the hope of a decent life for themselves and their descendants in the future. So a lot of that, celebration was about the generosity of mana whenua. For almost 20 years, our event was the only thing going in Dunedin on Waitangi Day, although until Ngāi Tahu began to host the community at Otago every 3 years. And then we finally decided it was about time the DCC began to take responsibility for acknowledging Waitangi Day. After all, it is our national day. And most councils around the country were doing something for their communities to mark it. So in the early 2000s, we decided we would move on and let the city take responsibility. This year, my husband and I decided to spend our day here in Ōtepoti, and that we would go to the Octagon to be part of what was happening. And which is is what brings me to speak to you today. We weren't expecting a repeat of what happened 20 or so years ago, but we were surprised and disappointed that although there were a number of performances during the day, there was no understanding that this was our national day, there was no kaupapa, there was no Māori presence, much less representation of mana whenua. The whole event was white as snow. There was not even lip service paid to the history of this place, Te Waiponamu, when I've been told that this place is considered by many iwi in the North Island as the place the originals came from. I'm not sure why, given that New Zealanders are tangata whenua and tangata treaty. Only tangata treaty had a place there that day, and only Pākehā tangata treaty at that. So for the benefit of councillors who may not have experienced Waitangi Day 2025 in the Octagon, I wanted to take this opportunity to let you know we must do better. A replica of what happens across the ditch in Australia Day is not good enough. We must remember and honour our history and be part of building a just and inclusive city where we can remember and also celebrate what we want to lead to our children and our future generations. Unlike some other cities here in Aotearoa, we have much to be grateful to Māori for, not only to mana whenua and the ancestral marae at Otako, Puketaraki and Moeraki, but also the Māori men from Pakakohi and Parihaka, who were imprisoned and sent here without trial in the middle of the 19th century. They and other prisoners of the colonising government built much of the infrastructure of this beautiful city. We should be generous and humble enough to acknowledge these things, otherwise we risk strengthening a white supremacist narrative that is all our own Pākehā work. So I hope there's still opportunity for Waitangi Day 2026 to reflect the depth and richness of all our communities, so that we can make the 2026 observation of our National Day something special next year and in the years to come.
Kia ora and thank you. Do we have any questions? I guess my question to you is, could you please email me what you've read out? That would be very helpful.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
No other questions? Thank you. I now welcome David Mackenzie, who's going to talk about an update on the night shelter and the necessity to have an outreach worker in the city. welcome Mr Mackenzie.
Kia ora, and thank you, Ms Sophie. Thank you so much for the continued support we get both from council in general and from you as councillors for the night shelter. We exist on the goodwill of our community in every aspect, and we're so grateful for that. We completed the upgrade of the night shelter and got back in there on basically always the 31st of December that people helped us shift over, and it has gone really well since. So the number of beds has not increased, but our capacity in managing things has, and it's made a huge difference. It's created more work during the day, and that is really what I want to talk about, is because I think we've moved much more from just a place where people can lay their head overnight, get a wee bit of a good feed and a bit of support, to we try to do what we can to support people to the next steps. And there are people that come in and out of our service for all kinds of reasons. And then we get opportunities for some of our repeat customers to actually intervene and maybe get them into a better place. Or just in the last couple of weeks, we've had 2 people go into AOD programs. And I mean, they are really difficult to get into. And so those kinds of things really, that's what we are about, apart from that, providing that care overnight for 10 or 11 people. People think that that we get full up in the winter. We don't. I think that psychologically people hunker down when it starts getting cold, and they tend to stay more stable in the places they are. Our busiest time, and I've looked back in our stats, is usually July, August, September. It's kind of coming out of that. And so that's been an interesting observation. As I said, the last few years we've increased the amount of effort and energy and staffing that we put into supporting people to the next steps. What we haven't been able to do is do much in terms of reaching out to people that are coming in. The big homelessness and then the housing issue itself is a huge issue, as you all know. Aaron Hawkins has alluded to it. It is a big thing. For us at the night shelter, we work connecting people up to agencies as best we can. And so I see the need of an outreach worker is about connecting with people who are living rough or just turned up in the city and they don't know where to go. They ring into council and your staff get it in the neck sometimes. Why aren't you doing something about this person? So at the very basic level, there is that kind of thing. I think what our night shelter can provide is very much that groundwork connected up kind of service. We work hand in hand with Paul, who is the Catholic Social Services person that has that contract. Yes, that sounds like it's a short-term contract that I guess everybody hopes will be rolled over, but that's not good enough. And Paul is already overwhelmed. And so we have quite a challenge in that area. I would describe what we do at the night shelter as, the starfish story, where there's all the starfish on the beach and there's a wee boy sort of picking up a starfish, throwing it back in, and someone comes along and goes, well, look at all the starfish, you're not making any difference for them. But he says, I'm making a difference for this one. And for us at the night shelter, that's the kind of level we work with the folks that have been kind of the long-term ones at the Oval. The people that come into our service, it's about that person and how we can serve and make that situation better. And I think that that's what we can offer. I think the other proposal that is on the table is a big picture thing, much bigger than what we are in the place of being able to serve right at this time. So thank you for listening.
Councillor Sims, then Councillor Dunn, then Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Mayor Barker, and thank you, David, once again for doing God's work in Dunedin. Most profound thing you said to me a couple of years ago was, a couple of stories of people that you'd stood back up again, that this is not a hopeless case, that we can, if we're correctly resourced, we can stand people back up again. Could you perhaps just give us an update on maybe just some people that you've been able to stand up again recently, and that, because that was incredibly encouraging to me, and I think it would be to other councillors. Thank you.
So the two that are getting into AD programs, and that has largely come about by the tenacity of one of our workers who's just battled through all the layers that those people would not manage to get through, referrals to doctors and those kinds of things. All of that work is becoming more complex because it's just, well, you know yourself what it's like to navigate some of those services. So that's some of what we're doing. Just yesterday, we've had, following the fire at the Oval, which is a mark in time that kind of people know about, we've ended up being able to engage directly, and we have had up until yesterday 2 or 3 of those people who were long term there. And so we've been able to get to know who they are and what's behind that really, really well. And that's a whole lot different to, there's just these people at the Oval. And that has been, we're hoping, but all we can do is work with them to see them make some steps in their lives. Big progress there. Some of what we do is 2 steps forward and 3 steps back with people. That's the reality. So I'm struggling with some of the other specifics.
Councillor Lund, then Councillor Chambers, and Councillor Gary.
Hi, David, and I just want to reiterate Councillor Sims' comments. You and the Night Shelter do fantastic work, and I salute you. And I'm fully aware of the challenges working above my community housing complex. I'm interested, David, in what your assessment is of the extent of the homelessness problem in the CBD. I'm assuming that you're just really dealing with the CBD homeless. What would, in the summer months, what would your estimate be of the scale of the problem?
Really good comment, and I meant to say that, is that for us at the moment, we tend to know more the people who are around South Day, CBD, somewhat over to Waikari. We tend not to engage up in North East Valley, so it's a real gap there. However, if you took homelessness right back with the Mayor's Task Force in 2018 that Aaron chaired, the kinds of figures that were floating around there was 30 to 60 people living rough. I note that at a meeting I was with some of the council staff, that Armourguard had a current list of around about 30 names. The thing is that that's a very mobile population. There's people that come in and out of that, so it is that kind of number, yeah.
Councillor Chambers and Councillor Gary.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just in relation to winter, you mentioned that we had some information at another meeting that, in fact, the numbers of people sleeping rough go up in Dunedin in the winter, and for some complex reasons. But you mentioned people hunker down in the winter. What do you mean by that? Could you explain?
A lot of the people who come through our service are in, say, boarding houses or that kind of place, and they're there for a few months, sometimes even shorter than that, because of their mental health issues, their alcoholism or whatever. They're quite mobile, so therefore a wee while and then move out. There are a lot of people, and these are the hidden ones, that we don't even see, and they're not on any statistics that couch surf. Women are often couch surfing, and so that we don't see them until stuff has really gone wrong. And so one chappie, this showed up with one chappie who, big Samoan guy who used to have his supermarket trolley with the bags, and spent a couple of years at the railway station sleeping down around there. He's now in a KO house, but every winter he would go into one of the boarding houses and stay there for a few months. And even with the ones at the Oval, we've seen the Oval kind of disappear. Unfortunately, there's some people trying to get things going here again. But that's the kind of thing that happens, and it's part of the dynamic here.
Thank you, Mr. McKenzie. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I'm sure that the councillors that want to ask you will catch up with you. Thank you. I would, because we've gone over half an hour, I'd like to move that the council extends the public forum beyond 30 minutes. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. And I'd like to welcome Lois Scott-Muir, Joy Davis and possibly Rosella Hart to the table to talk about grants, changes to the grants decision-making process. And just before you start, I'd like to extend my apologies because I was unaware that there was a number of grants due to come to Council in November, or that a meeting was scheduled and then cancelled. So I apologise profusely for any upset that I've caused by not realising that.
Mayor Sophie, City Councillors, good morning. I'm Lois Scott-Muir, this is Joy Davis. We're here this morning representing Ōtepoti Community Builders.
So Ōtepoti Community Builders is an informal volunteer-run network of organisations encompassing a large number of groups and people from across the community sector of Ōtepoti. Our kaupapa is to support a culture of grassroots, community-led development in the city, to encourage place-based community leadership, to elevate community voices, and to share knowledge of best practice. One of the planks of our mahi is to look at how funding systems could be shifted to make change and bring more equity. Our particular focus over the last 5 years has been in relation to grants funding systems and the changes that are needed. This has resulted in two major pieces of work: funding for change, and the most recent being Be the Change, funding and equity. Both of these resource documents produce data gained from extensive surveys of our community sector, and they are available on our website. The current grant system review and strategic refresh has been underway for some time. Communities across all sectors have made major contributions. Where is the process at now? The lack of information around these activities, we feel, undervalues our community's engagement and their voluntary commitment to attend numerous forums. We are here to highlight the loss of community voice and advocacy in the decision-making process without community consultation. The proposed replacement process will have poor outcomes for the community without community advocacy embedded in the process. The community, arts, mana whenua representatives bring expertise and external perspectives and have always contributed to robust discussion. As mentioned earlier, Ōtepoti Community Builders has been working with the community for the past 5 years to produce reports about funding systems and changes. We are finding it increasingly difficult to encourage our networks to give their time to engage in DCC consultations and reviews if their work isn't respected and visible in outcomes.
As someone who's had the privilege of serving 2 terms as a community representative on the Grants Committee, this experience reinforced for me the vital importance of community representation. Now, Joy and I, we're 2 fundraising girls, we're vintage, but we are still heavily involved in community events, fundraising, networking. We witness on a daily basis the impact made by local people in their communities all contributing to making Dunedin a strong and vibrant city. A classic example of this was the very recent St Andrew's Day celebration in the Octagon, a fantastic event. Lack of community representation in the community grants decision-making process denies genuine engagement from mana whenua and our cultural communities. The expertise of those working in sectors such as theatre, and Hannah's here, an amazing worker for the arts, will also be missed. We gratefully appreciate this opportunity to speak to you this morning on behalf of Ōtepoti community builders, acknowledging that a number of you are new to the council table and may not be fully familiar with our organisation and the history of the Grants Committee. We strongly urge Council to consider reinstatement of the Grants Committee with full community representation. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have some councillors with questions. Councillor Gary, then Councillor Walker.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā kōrua, both of you. I just want to check in with you around the funding systems comment. So 3 years ago, the direction of travel was to a higher trust model and multi-year funding in some circumstances, and DIA followed that path, and OCT to some degree. And we had the hui with Vu Lee. And it's gone in the other direction in recent times. So which model, can you just be very clear about which model you support?
The one that I was part of, actually, you know, the strong representation from the community. You know, we had access. It was a privilege for me. I did not know a lot of these charities, the not-for-profits, existed in Dunedin. We are now privy to that. Joy and I work in it. You know, the community needs a voice now. It's become more difficult. I was talking to an organisation last week and a major funder last week. The criteria has changed dramatically. Doors are closing on community groups for operational funding. This is the worst I've seen it in 50 years of fundraising in Dunedin. You know, I know Andrew was part of a fundraising effort for pancreatic cancer. We did not apply for any funding because the doors slammed shut for that event. This is for research. We did a fundraiser, and some of the city councillors, for the food bank. You know, we could not get, it's changed slightly, but the funder I was talking to said, look, Lois, you'll be lucky to get anything for that community-based group that you've got now. This has changed. It's more women. The focus has changed dramatically. You know, the group that I was talking to do an annual big gala day for families. They wanted 5,000 for families, children, to get in, and they were turned down. 5,000. You know, it's a way where it was discussed in community in a fabulous environment, a vibrant environment with city councillors here. It was amazing. We were able to put our contacts forward and recommend their work to, you know, councillors that had no knowledge of that. You know, funding seems to stop. We get the discounted version of funding here in Dunedin. We do. The Lower South Island. We are the afterthought now. You know, thank goodness for community builders in this village who want to be a strong voice for what is happening, to have the beautiful, you know, the people that are doing the hard yards. I know I'm getting passionate here, but we do represent a lot of people, us old girls.
Thank you, Lois. Really appreciate that, and want to acknowledge in the public gallery all those from community organisations.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd be disappointed, Lois, if you weren't passionate. And thank you for your mahi and to community builders for 2 excellent documents over the years. My question is around the huge amount of data that exists on funding and fund giving. Would you agree that evidence from across the world is irrefutable that grant decision making done in concert with community has better outcomes across all metrics, particularly accruing to our most vulnerable?
That's absolutely undeniable, and we just see evidence of that all the time. You just need to look at any event that you may have attended, look at how much money went in, look at the volunteer input, look at the commitment and the building of community in producing that event, the relationships and networks that are formed when an event is held or when a service is upheld. So going back to Councillor Gary as well, we do need to trust these people. We do need to give them the funding, but also, as have been alluded to in the homelessness issue, things are so complex now, and it's very challenging for community groups to make funding applications. And I want to give a shout out to the community development team of the Dunedin City Council, who are amazing at helping people navigate. And I would say that your forms are pretty straightforward given the complex ones that are out there. So that's a bigger up for DCC.
Thank you. I just have a question around multi-year funding, because we've been asked by the community around multi-year funding, and I think we've done a couple of examples. But would that be something that would be helpful to the groups?
It can also jeopardise, because things change, circumstances change with the applicant and also the funder. I don't agree with multi-year funding, and I know DIA are coming out making sort of firm statements about that because they are changing, their criteria is changing. So, you know, if you listen to some people, they love the multi-year funding system. I don't really, because we're changing by the month now. A lot are barely surviving in Dunedin, and you'll notice there's a lot more events happening because doors have slammed shut on opportunities the normal way. I love the DCC setup. It was respectful. We argued the toss. Not everyone agreed, and it was respectful. And that community voice is hugely important. It really is.
Kia ora, and thank you very much for your time and for coming along today. Right, we will move through to apologies, and then are no apologies, so I'll move to the confirmation of the agenda. I will move that the Council confirms the agenda without additional alterations. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making where a conflict arose between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interests they might have. Are there any changes or updates? There are none. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Sorry, Your Worship. I don't have the declarations of interest attached to the digital notes. Am I missing something? It says it's meant to be page 4.
Apologies, it should have been attached. I'm not sure what happened.
I was going to give them a read through and then I couldn't find them.
Sorry.
Fair enough. If nobody has changed their interest since the last meeting, then that's fine. So I will move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register attached, or not, as attachment A, and B, confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests, and C, notes the proposed management plan for the executive leadership team interests. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. Put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Item 6, confirmation of the minutes. Are there any questions around the minutes? Therefore, you have something, Councillor Raddick?
Page 7, just absolutely minor typos that just changes the sense of it. And 2.3, Stephen Knight should consider A or the alternate route, either.
Oh, I see.
Either one. The other one down below is Mr. Boy formally reinstated, which implies that it was disinstated, but I think just restated.
Okay. Thank you. Those are minor typos, aren't they?
So it's minor, but it does imply that it was disestablished prior, which is has a bigger meaning.
Thank you. I'm sure those will be fixed. So I move that the Council confirms the public part of the minutes of the ordinary Council meeting held on the 11th of November 2025 as a correct record, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour?
Aye.
Anyone against? I declare the motion is carried. We'll move through to reports, the actions from resolutions of Council meetings. Do you have any preamble?
Yes, and thank you, Mayor Sophie. Good morning, councillors. Just to refresh councillors of what this is a way of capturing public resolutions of the council read alongside the open action list and the forward work program which follows. So there's a mixture of where things will sometimes appear. Happy to answer any questions councillors might have.
So I have Councillor Walker, Lund, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Yeah, thank you. And this may be for Mr. Ward if he's here. Oh, he is. Yep, sorry. It's on page 22, and it's concerning the Dunedin Tunnels Trails Trust part there. And my question is in light of the excellent announcement of the $2 million from the government to do stages 2 and 3 of that trail from Chain Hills Tunnel to Green Island, and I think you've already probably sussed out what my question is going to be. Can we just, in light of that, maybe be aware of greater urgency now in terms of that being done? And I just sort of want to flag that we don't want to be ultimately some sort of missing link in what's going to be championed as a great asset. So it's just those utilities in the tunnel that we've talked about many times.
Thank you, Councillor. Noted.
Councillor Lund.
I just have a couple of questions, mainly for Mr. Ward. The first one is page 18, and it's just around the MOU with the Christchurch City Council for the shared water services. I'm keen to know if there's, in the discussions with the Christchurch Council, there'll be discussions around a shared design consulting contracts, standardisation of design, and whether there's any discussion of in-house, any design capability being brought in-house to council.
Thank you, Councillor Lund. All fantastic suggestions. So the exploration is in its infancy, but all of those things that you've described are on the table for discussion. In terms of prioritising what we do first and how that may grow progressively over time. As a theme, standardisation is definitely one of the top early topics, but progressively, what can we insource and what can we balance? They're all up for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Next one is just around Kettle Park, it's again on page 18. And I note that it's said in the report that it is expected that the Crown, via the MFE, will contribute to the remediation of Kettle Park, because you're suggesting that the remedial action plan is aligned with the MFE funding rules. And secondly, sorry, Mr. Ward, are there any options being considered that would allow the contaminated material there to remain in place, but might require visible structures from the beach?
Mr. McLean will get this one because waste is his area.
Thank you, Councillor. So MFE have provided a small amount of funding to prepare a remedial action plan. They do have a larger funding pool available to bid for remediating contaminated land. So we'll prepare the RAP, the remedial action plan, in line with their funding requirements to give us an opportunity to apply for that. All options will be considered. We will be bringing, and it is joint, there will be a workshop that we're planning to pop into your diaries early in the calendar year to talk about the St Clair Coastal Plan and Kettle Park, because they're inextricably linked. and that will also influence how we remediate Kettle Park. So they're two separate work programs, but really closely linked, and one will influence the other. So we're planning on workshopping that with you probably in February.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. I'm not sure if this is for you. Next one is for you or for Mr. Ward. It's just in regard to the item number 263, which is the lead in soil. Not sure which page that is on. Mr. Henderson. And my question to Mr. Henderson is, has he made contact with other councils in regard to how they interpret the relevant national environmental standards? It's been stated by local surveying professionals that they've contacted 37 councils, and that the council is the only one with their particular interpretation of these rules.
My understanding from talking to the Ministry for the Environment is that there are at least one other council that interprets similar to us. So that's, I guess that answers the first part of the question.
So just one, Mr. Henderson.
As far as I'm aware, that's what MFE have provided that information on. However, MFE have also indicated that once lead has been identified, then there is a common way in which that's then dealt with. The only difference from our point of view, which I've previously alluded to, is that where we have identified a risk, we ask for that testing to be undertaken. Once the soil has been identified with lead in it or contaminants in it, that's when a plan needs to be put in place to remediate.
I understand that, but I also understand that the other 35 councils have grappled with this issue and have perhaps run up against the same issue but have a different interpretation, and so I'm hopeful that you might have some discussion with them. I'll leave it there. Just one last thing, which is around it's for the arts and culture. Mr. Costello.
Not here.
Not here. Oh, the question is just
ask the question, and then the relevant general manager will answer it, or the CEO.
Just in relation to the Performing Arts Revenue Grant, there's a grant of 3.35 million to the Dunedin Repertory Society, which is subject to agreement, but there's no agreement and no timeline listed in the action plan.
And that's because at the time of writing we didn't have a time frame, but interestingly I heard from the chair of the Repertory Society last night, so we're looking to meet and start to progress that work.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, and I would like to follow up with Councillor Lunn was asking on page 21 about the lead in the soil, Mr. Henderson. So I'm just conscious that we discussed this back in August, and we've had an initial reply from MFE, and now we're waiting from a further reply, and we're about to go into the void of Christmas, New Year period, and I'm just conscious that, you know, our development community are waiting to get a response from us, and I'm concerned that we're not going to get anything until maybe February. You know, it's going to be like kind of 6 months on. So, is there an ability to follow up more urgently?
So I did follow up with the MFE about 2 weeks ago as to where they were at in providing an update. They have indicated that it's due either this week or next week to a response to me. I'm not sure what is in that commentary. I know that they had been speaking to the respective minister around what that was, but I can't provide anything further at this stage.
If it came as early as this week, would it be possible for that report to be then on our next council agenda? I'm just conscious, you know, there's a lot of people waiting on the response to hear from us.
I recognise that the motion was for an urgent response, so we'll certainly do whatever we can to get it to council as quickly as we can.
That said, councillors, we are trying not to have late reports, and so so we've got until the 4th of December to have officer advice over it. It might be that we can circulate the MFE guidance outside of it as well. You know, yeah.
I understand that that even if it was a little bit late, it would still be within the statutory deadline. So I appreciate that there's the 5 days, but maybe in this case, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm looking at page 18, and it's around some clarification given the announcement around regional councils. And this is to do with Te Awa Ōtākau issues and opportunities report around Otago Harbour. And through the Chief, if I may, do we have any understanding of how those announcements around regional councils will affect this work?
I would suggest that at this stage it's a position paper from the government that doesn't have any legislative force, and so all of this work I would imagine will continue. Well, largely, but it's not usual though, right? Mm-hmm. But it will be. We will continue with our work plans and then just see what happens.
Thank you for that. I'm very conscious of getting to this point has been so pivotal. And my second question, if I may, Your Worship, on page 19, is around the draft reserves management plan general policies. They've all been approved, and I'm thinking in particular of the Otago Harbour reserves management plan. And it mentions here they're operative, and I wonder around the implementation of some of the quick wins that were identified as we signed off those policies. Does anyone have an understanding of where that's up to? Could I have some clarification?
Just trying to see which item that is on the...
Second from the bottom, it's the... yes.
Does that cover the harbour? Mr McLean probably can't provide an update, but he will have a...
So the harbour reserves management plan is a separate one. So the general policies, and it covers those reserves without a specific one. But I can get an update from the team and provide it for you.
My mistake, Mr McLean, and yes, thank you, that would be appreciated.
Councillor Vandervis.
Page 18 again, the unitary authority line. Discussions about possible unitary authority, given that we recently have probable unitary authority, government being re-elected notwithstanding. Is it possible for us as a council and you as mayor actually to make a strong case for the harbourside land and the port that were given to the regional council in 1989 after we had developed them as a city for over a century? Is it possible for you to make clear that we expect those major assets to be returned to us?
If I could just provide a bit of process around this. The government has got their paper out. Staff are in the background starting to draft a submission that will come to council, and that is and it may be that council at that point wishes to consider how some of those things might be distributed, although it's probably far too early in the process to be having a land grab about the ORC assets at that point, because there's a lot has to happen as part of this process. But I would suggest that submission would be the place where you raise that matter.
So I think the submissions are open until February the 20th perhaps, and we're just waiting for some more detail on what's going to happen. But there will be, I won't make a land grab at the next mayoral forum, but noted, thank you. Councillor Treadwell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and tēnā koutou. Apologies, I'm not sure who best to address this issue.
Just ask the question, managers hop in, yeah.
So just on page 21 regarding the notice of single-use cups, I'm asking this to better understand just the change of time frame from late 2024. My question is just what are some of the obstacles preventing our facilities getting rid of the use of single-use cups?
The facilities we control haven't had any obstacles and largely have. It's where we run commercial businesses out of places like Toitu. We can't run a successful cafe there if we require them not to use single-use cups because of the nature of the kind of people who use that. So it's, there's a tension there. We encourage it, and they don't display the single-use cups prominently. We do everything we can to encourage reusable cups, but cruise ship passengers, for example, often don't come with their own. But we want a cafe in Toitu, so.
Thank you, I really appreciate the context. Cheers.
Councillor Sims, then Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. My first question, page 18, the Kettle Park remediation. I don't want to labour the point that Councillor Lund made, but we heard during the field visits that options may exist that don't require all of the fill to be removed. Is that the case?
Thank you, Councillor. So we are looking at options as part of the St Kilda St Clair coastal plan, which looks at erosion of the coast broadly from St Clair right through to Lawyers Head. One of the options that has been modelled includes an offshore breakwater, yet still be further tested, but that may, if done properly, reduce the erosion, meaning that potentially only part of Kettle Park would need to be remediated, but there's a lot. It's modelled at the moment, and offshore breakwaters get used all around the world, but they're really critical to get right. So, but we're looking at all options, and that's why we'll workshop the two matters together with you to give you some context as if we spend money there, we may save money there, or look at other onshore mitigation measures for erosion.
Thank you. A second question, again, just regarding the Dunedin Tunnels Trail Trust. So my understanding is that the money, the $2 million, which the government have loosely matched to the $1.8 million that the council has already spent, is that money from the government being paid directly to the trust or being paid via the council?
Thanks, Councillor. The trust applied for it. My understanding it's paid directly to the trust.
Thank you. Sorry, and just a couple more. So page 26, the funding of the Green Island combined sports bodies in the amount of $45,000 per annum for the period of the 9-year plan. My understanding that was for the installation of lights, but what I can't quite understand is that the work program suggests that funding is subject to an agreed service level agreement between the DCC and the body. Then reports that the money for this year has been paid across, but doesn't confirm whether the agreed service level agreement has been signed.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll get an update for you on the service level agreement. It's not specific to lights, it's the provision of facilities, so it's the whole Sunnyvale complex, and they play a really important part in the provision of sports facilities, so it's all about that. So it's less about a single piece of infrastructure, it's more about the service they provide. So yeah. But I'll circulate an updated on the service level agreement for you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor On.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. My question is on page 22, the Dunedin Tunnels Trail Trust. And is there the opportunity for admission charges to facilitate the independent fundraising for track completion?
Thanks, Councillor. I don't know what the trust have considered. I do know that talking to them, they're really keen for a freely accessible asset. Council resolved to allow an MOU to be further developed with the trust so that they could get on and fundraise, and they've very successfully done that in their first attempt with the government funding. So that's a vehicle for them to tap into all sorts of philanthropic funds to achieve the completion of the trail.
There appears to be questions. I will now move that the council notes the open and completed actions from the resolutions of council meetings as attached. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. We've now moved into debate. Would anybody like to make any comments? Therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. So we'll now move to the Council Forward Work Programme. Item 8.
And again, Council is happy to take questions, but this captures some resolutions but also outlines when you can expect certain material to be provided to you.
So I'll go first and then I'll get everyone's hands. I just have a question about the, it's probably a big unknown, the new workload with the government reforms. Have DIA been in touch with councils to perhaps show how big the workload is going to be, and B, given us some funding to help with it?
No, I've reached out to our partnership director from DIA. I suspect he's got a lot on, but no, there has been nothing. But we have started to form up a work program about what might be required to even meet the February time frame for a robust response. And
have we got any idea of timelines around the rest of the reform coming through, the rates caps, the RMA? Is it expected the week before Christmas?
Yeah, so I've got, last night the policy team sent me through 10 pieces of likely government legislation, all due in a very short window, seeking some direction. And I just, with council today, I haven't had time to consider them in the round, but I'll provide an update once we've assessed, because that's a lot. But the RMA changes and the local government changes are significant at the same time. There's infrastructure stuff happening, there's Public Works Act changes, there's a range of reasonably significant pieces of legislation.
Thank you. I think I saw Deputy Mayor Lucas's hand up, and if you just pop them up, I'll just thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. My question is on page 31, the fourth box, about the Enterprise Dunedin My Governance Review. So I just maybe if you could help me to understand why pushing it back to January is going to make any difference. I'm just compared to with December, that
my advice from staff is that there are budgetary implications to both options that weren't adequately captured necessarily in the My Governance Review. It assumes status quo funding would deliver the external service through the CCO. The draft advice I've had from staff, and I haven't seen the draft report, is that that's not the case. Given that there's budgetary implications, it should be considered as part of the annual plan process. Staff are keen to brief portfolio leads, and a meeting has been set up early next week for that, but then would like to workshop the issue fully with councillors before it comes to the annual plan discussion. The plan was always for something to be set up 1 July, and so
I'm just concerned, with thanks to our colleagues at the Otago Daily Times, thank you Mr Miller, so saved me having to do my homework this morning, that back in August when we discussed this, the comment was made that that we wanted something quickly as possible implemented, and that it was a relatively quick and efficient process that staff could do in-house, and the resolution was December or earlier because we were of that understanding. And also it was a unanimous decision to make changes, and I'm conscious that to get that in place by 1 July, by moving it out to possibly the end of January, that that constricts those getting the best solution.
Well, it may or may not, but if there are budget considerations, it's slightly more complex than it was first presented, and we think that council needs the best information in front of it if it is considering things that impact its budget, given how tight things are. And if the report isn't really like best endeavours, there's been a lot on for staff, and so they've used best endeavours, and my understanding is that the report isn't ready.
So if councillors Chambers, then Treadwell, and thank you.
Thanks, Ms Sophie. It's interesting to see the work ahead in relation to these programmes next year, presented in such a table. But as a general comment, it's a bit of a mixed table. Most of it relates to work being done by our officials that will present reports to us through the year, and then but some of it relates to work to be done by us as a council, like workshops. My specific question is about on page 31 in relation to the second box down Smooth Hill, and those two blue boxes of activity in November and December this year. Can I look for reassurance that in such a major, multi-million-dollar project that this council is embarking on, that the council, in general, or perhaps the more specific, the particular committee of the council, receives regular reports about these big projects and the timelines and what's being achieved, etc., throughout the year?
Regular project reporting. The forward work program, this is council's forward work program. The standing committees also have forward work programs, and so that previously the Infrastructure Services Committee would have captured something like Smooth Hill. We're still working on delegations for the 2 standing committees, and we yet to discuss how we capture portfolio work streams as well. So we just at the minute we're just trying to meld that in. We weren't able in the time we had to put all of the previous committee forward work programs into this in a way that made sense. So we're aiming to do that for the December meeting.
Councillor Treadwell.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a question on an item on page 32 regarding the submissions to central government and other external parties. One of those submissions is included in this agenda, and presumably that's the one to the ORC on biodiversity. I was curious as if you could say what the other 3 being considered are.
Well, not off the top of my head I couldn't, but I can get that back to you. Generally they are circulated to councillors and they show what's being worked on. But I'll get that updated. But I know, as I said, I've got 10 that came through from the policy team last night that all look like they're due by February.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Lund.
This is in relation to the South Dunedin Future work plan, and in regard to the upcoming report, will the report detail ranges of likely costs and the intended sources of funding relating to the entire envelope and scope of work of the cost, and a clear statement of the government's position about financial contribution?
Thank you, Councillor. Our short answer is no. This is the technical work on the 3 shortlisted options for you to consider. So it will be workshopped again before you get the report. So there'll be a good opportunity during the workshop to ask about the next steps. But this is the 3 shortlisted options based on community feedback that Council have asked staff to do further technical work on. So it won't cover full costs. It won't, at the moment, there is no stated government position on funding. So that's not the intention of the next report, but at some point that will have to come through.
It would be impossible for council to make informed decisions without at least having a rough order of magnitude costs, which would be normal. So I would encourage staff to consider this.
Yeah, thanks again, Councillor. Sorry, I heard you ask for a detailed cost breakdown. So a rough order of magnitude can probably be given. It has been given with the 7 adaptation pathways, so that'll be further refined.
Yes, it was detail, not detail with a D. Thank you. And just following on for the zero carbon plan, is there an intention for the zero carbon plan to have each action in that plan financially costed, and for the energy management and the alternative energy projects that are promoted or in the long-term plan, that there will be detail around the savings and in the actual extra cost to provide those projects?
Thank you, Councillor. So most of the actions in the zero carbon plan are funded. They're funded through the 9-year plan. Lots of those energy saving initiatives sit within various departments, and they will have run some of those numbers. The zero carbon plan report that you see coming to you won't include that, but we can speak to each of the departments and pull that together for you. So this will be more of a discussion on the 2030 citywide target.
Understood, but I do note that in the long-term plan and the zero carbon initiatives, it does give estimated savings of the kilowatt hours from the traditional energy sources. So it would be a pretty easy thing for them to monetise that.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 30, 3 boxes from the bottom, is the Grants Review and Rates Relief Update 9-Year Plan 2025-2034. And I note this is particularly an item around an underwriting policy, but given what we've heard in public forum today, do we have an understanding of when the Grants Review and Rates Relief Update will provide us with a direction of travel or will be completed. I haven't been involved in it intimately, so I'm just not up with that and would really like to get a handle on that.
I can only answer the first part, Councillor. We will have an update report coming to Council on the 11th, just summarising the community hui that was held earlier, a couple of months ago. But in terms of where we go from that, that will be for councillors to decide.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That looks like the end of questions. I will move that the Council notes the updated Council Forward Work Programme as shown in Attachment A. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. Just moved into debate. Would anybody like to make any comments? Councillor Lucas. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I wouldn't normally speak to this, but I feel in light of today's article in the ODT headed decision on future of agency delayed and my questions that I feel I need to speak on this. Personally, I'm disappointed that the economic development review is delayed. I think many around this table were elected on change and particularly around economic development, and as Mike Collins, the CEO of Business South, is quoted in the paper today saying everybody thinks it's coming this side of Christmas, so that would be news to the business community that it's delayed. It's a bit of a surprise. We want to have some certainty around the future of economic development, and I think that's a real key. When it was a unanimous resolution back in August, and we had that, I guess, that insurance that the council at the time, that preparation of a business case need not be onerous and could be ready soon after the election. It will be done reasonably quickly and efficiently. And to hear today that the report isn't even started gives me sorry.
I think the report has been started.
Oh, sorry.
So just
my apology. I withdraw that. It's just I'm just concerned that we really want to send some really clear signals quite quickly. I feel in this training, and that that we want to, that we're listening and we want to make change. And I'm just disappointed that it's delayed. And we all, I think, well, I knew that even in August there is potentially budget implications, but I felt comfortable with that resolution that we would have something this side of Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions. That is carried, and we will move to the amendment to the road naming policy. So I welcome Mr. Scott McLean, Mr. Simon Spears and Ms. Abby Chamberlain to speak to the report. Kia ora koutou. Do you have any opening comments?
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Yes, so this staff will talk to this a little bit further, but this amendment comes off the back of developer feedback about our processes, and indeed staff feedback about somewhat double handling. So a well-intentioned process, it can be refined, and it also tidies up reference to the Infrastructure Services Committee, so it's been more generalised to be able to be more enduring through committee structure changes and training. Thank you.
Question from Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā koutou katoa. Can I check in with you as to a consequence of us approving this policy? I'm suspecting what will happen is that we will get a wider range of our register chosen, a diverse selection than perhaps may have happened under the current system.
I would assume so, because the new process sort of makes the road register an easier process to use, and a lot of developers come to us wanting a fast road name, and we can give them a name from the register instantly, whereas at the moment we still have to take it back to council. It can be some months.
And subsequent question would be, are you confident in the diversity of the names you have on the register? It's something you've been working on diligently for some time, and other councillors around this table have encouraged that work. Are you confident we have a good diversity of names on that register?
In the last year, we've added a number of more diverse names, including more female names and flora and fauna names and Māori names to the register, which I'm confident is much more diverse than previously, and we'll continue working to add new names as they are suggested to us.
Thank you for your mahi.
Can I just quickly follow up on that one about how do you publicise the fact that anyone in the public could suggest a name and submit it to council?
Other than what's on our website, we haven't really promoted that. In part, it's been a bit selfish because the process is double handling for us. With a better process going forward, we'd be quite keen to get more names onto the register.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm stating the obvious here through this question, but multiple benefits here. I don't see any disadvantages, but multiple benefits. Obviously, it increases, it delays the time for developers. It obviously delays or gives you back valuable time you're spending on this. And I'm just thinking of the triple one. It might actually be a benefit to us because I think from around this table there's been a lot of questioning that this comes to us. So multiple benefits. And enlighten me if there are any disadvantages.
We don't see any disadvantages because you already get to pre-approve the names when they go onto the register, and you have one less report to read going forward.
Thank you for the gift of time. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to foreshadow I'll move option 1 on this, and I'll just ask, if approved by the council, the road naming policy will be amended and community boards will be updated. Will this happen in a timely fashion?
Yes.
So basically, if we vote for this today, it'll be actioned immediately?
I would say by Christmas, because we need to actually change the website and make some other changes as well.
Excellent.
Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to ask, how can we use this road naming rights to benefit in terms of attracting private capital to our city, in the sense that private investors may want to come and invest and we can grant them a naming right across our road or across parts of our city? In the same way, we have our stadium as well that has naming rights.
Thanks, Councillor. It's not such it's not a naming right in terms of like a sponsorship. Names can be suggested, for prominent names or prominent flora and fauna around the area. So it's not a. I sense your question is more about raising capital from naming rights, but it's not like that. It doesn't cost anything to suggest a name. Staff do spend a lot of time researching the name to make sure it's appropriate. But yeah, it's certainly it's different to a naming right. I would say it's suggested, and it's usually linked to prominence in the community or historical prominence or that sort of thing.
Thank you. No more questions. Councillor Mayhem has indicated that she wishes to move an option. Would you like to move it and then we'll find a seconder?
Yes, I'd like to move option 1 if someone would like to second that. Thank you, Councillor.
I saw Councillor Walker's hand up second, so thank you, Councillor Gallery as well. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you. So we can see that there's been a great deal of feedback developed around this process. It's generalised and enduring, as stated by staff. It'll decrease the time and delays for development, save time on staff double handling these items, a much easier process to use, and I'm very satisfied that there's a diversity of names, that we've included Māori, female names and local flora and fauna have been incorporated into the naming policy. To Councillor Ong's suggestion, if there was an opportunity to buy a name, I'd have several. Pirate Queen's Passage would be one of them. Maybe I'd buy 10, depending on the price, but there'd be lots of mayhem boulevards around the city. I jest. I think this is very much a rubber stamping, sensible amendment to the policy. Thank you.
Councillor Gary, then Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to acknowledge my colleague, Councillor Lafiso, who, when we were first elected, raised the matter of diversity in road naming, and I know that at the time Councillor Barker got on board, and Councillor Mayhem has been an advocate of this as well. So I thank staff for putting this report up. It has always felt like double handling, and we've heard the cry from developers, make it easier, and this is a small part, but something significant that we can do to help that. What I'm delighted about is to hear that one of the consequences of this, should it pass, is that we will have a more diverse range of names selected. And we've come such a long way. We have a ways to go yet, but we've come such a long way from the time when I first came onto council, when the names chosen would generally be Pākehā men, and that does not reflect our history. Many of the women and many of Māori who were part of the history of this place do not feature on names, or did not feature on names. That's starting to change, and also our migrant community. So I'm delighted at the direction of travel for this. I thank the staff, and I encourage people, including my colleagues, to offer up names to be added to that list, and to the community to offer up names to be added to that list, so that the naming of our streets around Ōtepoti reflects the diversity of our city and those people who choose to come to live here.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Just thank you to staff for responding to us, the public and developers, and making this a smoother passageway for everyone. We're often critiqued publicly for making things difficult, so this is just hopefully the start of us trying to simplify obvious processes that take up an inordinate amount of time. And also nice to hear it'll be coming before Christmas, some good news, because I think we're all preparing for lots of bad news before Christmas, particularly in around RMA, etc.
Councillor Lafiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'd just like to echo colleagues' thanks and acknowledgement of staff mahi over the years, and also acknowledge that as the community builders have said in one of their funding for equity or be the change documents, there are many Dunedins, so looking forward to acknowledging that with our road names. There's Chinese Dunedin, there's Lebanese Dunedin, there's Pasifika Dunedin, there's Polish Dunedin, and also just want to acknowledge mana whenua. As Councillor Gary said, we've come a long way, and mana whenua have been patient. I look forward to the day that...
Point of order.
Yeah, I just caught that out of the corner
Mr.
of
Mayor,
my eye.
Miss Mayor, the behaviour of my colleagues to the left is so disrespectful to Councillor Lafiso as she speaks about these things.
Thank you. I'll just take a quick adjournment. I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Meeting to order, please. After discussions, I will uphold the point of order and I will ask for respectful behaviour from councillors, and that does include making gestures or pulling faces, so please behave. Thank you. Would you like to continue, Councillor?
Thank you. I was just about to finish. And I just look forward to the day, and I just want to acknowledge mana whenua patients, and especially acknowledging, I've heard Upoko Edward Allison say, we don't want to make a big fuss, but we just need to know, those of us who are not mana whenua or tangata whenua, that we need to one day restore the proper name to Taiari and Waipauri.
Kia ora, thank you. I will just make a quick comment before I pass it back to Councillor Mayhem, which is just around the public's ability to submit names, because the public may not be aware of that. And last Trainium, I think I submitted definitely well over 10 women's names that I did quite a lot of research on, and was very pleased to see those added to their own naming register. So it is something that we are passionate about, and pleased get online, find out how to do it. And now that you've got the gift of time with less work, start. Thank you, staff. I'll add a little bit more. And I'll pass back to Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora, Your Worship. I don't really have anything to add, except I agree wholeheartedly with the sentiments of my colleagues. Thank you very much again to the staff for all of your mahi, and I'm glad to get this over the line. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? That is carried. We'll move to item 10 and welcome the same staff. Mr McLean, Mr Spears and Ms Chamberlain back to the table. Do you have a question? Okay, thank you. We'll let them sit down. Do you have any comments to make before we start questions?
Yeah, I'll just note that this is a noting report that we will be going to public consultation next year on a new parking bylaw. Our current traffic and parking bylaw is 15 years old. It contains a lot of outdated legislation, and it doesn't really reflect modern technology, a number of changes that have happened in the sort of parking and street management landscape. So we'll take any questions.
Councillor Mayhem, then Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora again. My lens, I've applied to this, is around disability advocacy. So I see on page 69 there's something about permits and disability parks, but then I skimmed through and I couldn't find anything around what are mobility scooters classed as.
I believe the appendix is the 2010 bylaw. We haven't attached the draft, have we?
The draft will come to you as council in early 2026 once we finalise it, but the changes in the upcoming bylaw are mostly relating to how mobility parks, to ensure that our bylaw reflects mobility parking as per the legislation, and I believe that it has updated provisions for classes of vehicles including mobility scooters, but I can check that before it comes for your review in the new year.
So on page 67 it says motorcycles can be parked up to 6 in a park. Would mobility scooters fit into the motorcycle category? So if there was a convoy of motor scooters, they could all line up across a park?
I can't answer that for you right now, sorry, but we can confirm as part of the draft for the early new year.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. How does this bylaw dovetail in with the mobility traders bylaw? Because I know that the one we've got at the moment is silent on mobility traders, and so will the new one have cross-reference to that? Because I know some of those park in normal everyday parks, not in the designated mobility traders park.
It won't specifically. This will focus just on the general traffic and parking environment. So the current rules for mobile trading will just as they do now, so people can trade freely in an unrestricted space unless we have a prohibition of trade.
So if the mobility trader parks in a P60 spot, for example, is that not a restricted space? So then the rules that would apply if I park there apply to the mobility trade. I'm just wondering how the two link together, and is there a cross-reference? You see where I'm coming from?
Mobile trading is governed by its own bylaw. Our rules for parking regulation apply regardless of which permit or which type of activity you are undertaking, but I can confirm as part of the new bylaw if there is something additional that needs added in regards to mobile trading.
Councillor Reddick, then Councillor Walker.
Back to page 69, authorised parking and mobility parking. At the moment we have two types of mobility parks, so those that are painted blue and those that are just outlined with a yellow line. What is the difference? Is there a difference?
No, there isn't. So we paint the parks blue because experience has shown us that people are less likely to abuse parks if they're more visible. But it's reasonably expensive, so we tend to paint them in batches, and we only tend to paint them in places we know the parks are definitely going to stay in that location. So if they're not painted yet, they're either under review or we just haven't gotten to them yet.
Sorry?
There's an exemption for George Street just due to the nature of the street. We don't paint those spaces blue.
Sure. Then I noticed that the blue painted ones tend to be the ones most frequently used, I think, so which is entirely appropriate. What about the possibility of having people who get a mobility parking permit, using their vehicle on a regular basis, being able to use authorised parks as well?
The risk is that many of the places we have authorised parks aren't really suitable for people with disabilities because they might not have dropped curbs or they might be near corners on busy streets. We tend to put those in places that couriers need rapid access. And the other point is some of those parks have high demand from couriers, so you might have conflict between people with disabilities and couriers.
And so what I'm looking to explore is the possibility of crossover. So it would be also a vice versa situation where couriers could use a mobility park if they needed to. And similarly, a mobility person could use an authorised park if they needed to. I mean, neither one is perfectly or is as focused for the alternative purpose as the other, but is that a possibility?
I think people with disabilities will look unfavourably on couriers using mobility parks. Also, those parks are generally of 2-hour duration, so I just don't think, personally I don't think it would work or be well received.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for the report. I look forward to the draft documents. So, double question. Firstly, is there a statutory requirement under this ledge to do this by a certain time? I suspect not, because it goes back. And secondly, the question, because this hasn't been reviewed for a while, in the context of ever-changing techie times and the likely rapid changes coming with AI, would there be some incentive to review this more regularly moving forward?
So this bylaw is made under the Land Transport Act, so it doesn't have the same obligations as bylaws made under the Local Government Act, but we should try and keep them broadly comparable in terms of review timeframes, so it is a bit dated, I'd say. In terms of tech, the intention with the bylaw is to keep it pretty generic, so we're not. So, for example, in our current bylaw, we talk about pay and display meters, which are no longer a thing in Dunedin. So we'll just keep it very generic, so we can sort of adapt different technology as it comes along.
Councillor Vandervis.
Just a quick one, following up on authorised park areas. Is after hours use of those parks enforced? A lot of them are very handy to restaurants around town, and I thought that if they're not going to be used by couriers because that's a business hours activity, can they be made available for other parking after hours?
Absolutely. So that's something we'd always like feedback on. If the businesses don't require the ABOs to be used after a certain time, we can make them available at night. Some businesses do get drop-offs during the evening, so it just depends. What we find is a lot of Uber drivers use those spaces for pick-up and drop-off at night.
Looks like we've run out of questions. Thank you for your time. I will move that the council notes the traffic and parking bylaw review update, seconded Councillor Mayhem. As a speaker, as a mover, I will just quickly speak to it. When we look at the next steps, we see that we are having a draft bylaw and statement of proposal for consultation purposes that will come back to us in February, and I think that we've asked some good questions here today which have given staff a bit of a heads up about some of the issues that we see. So when we get the bylaw coming back, hopefully that's a bit more firmed up from our feedback. Would anybody else like to speak? Therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions, that is carried. So we'll move to item 11, Taieri Mouth speed limit change consultation. We have Mr. Scott McLean, Mr. Simon Spears, and Ms. Janet Young to speak to the report.
Thanks, Mayor Sophie. So the team will give you a background on speed management broadly and including Taieri Mouth, but many of you councillors that were here last training will recall Mr. Burnip that came along and spoke about this. So this is in response to that. So.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Oh, you're going to speak. Sorry.
Tēnā koutou, ko Janet toku ingoa. My name is Janet and I'm a transport analyst in the transport team here at Council. The purpose of this report is to notify Council of an upcoming 6-week public consultation on a speed limit change along Taieri Mouth Road from 100 kilometres an hour to 80 kilometres an hour. There was public support for a speed limit change along this road through the Currybush settlement from the Currybush community during the draft speed management plan consultation in 2023. Council staff will consult on a speed limit change for the entire stretch of the road, approximately 13 kilometres in length, from the boundary with Clutha District Council through to just past the Big Stone Road intersection south of Brighton. Council staff prefer a speed limit change along the entire stretch of Taieri Mouth Road as described, as opposed to the 3-kilometre stretch through Currybush only, as changing the entire stretch of road will avoid multiple speed limit changes, driver confusion, improve safety, and adhere more closely to the current average operating speeds along the road. This report informs Council of our intention to publicly consult on the Taieri Mouth Road speed limit change in early 2026. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. And I have Councillor Sims, then Mayhem, then Vandervis. Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie, and thank you, Janet, for your presentation. The Council's position on this would seem to be at odds to the position of the Saddle Hill Community Board, who would seem to favour just the Currybush settlement being speed limited. Can you just confirm what role that Community Board will play in this consultation and what weight will be put on their submission?
So we'll go out for public consultation next year. We'll have to get the opinions of the community, do some safety assessments, and also look at things like the freight movements and other uses of the road. And we will probably have a hearings at some point, and so there'll be an opportunity for people to speak to a hearing about their particular submissions, and then a hearing will consider what's proposed.
What I would just add is, so that will be for the hearing panellists to determine how they weigh the various views of the community, including the board.
Councillor Mayhem.
This is predominantly a safety measure for on request of the Currybush residents and around beach access, is that correct?
Yes.
Councillor Vandervis and Councillor London, Councillor Reddick. Councillor Vandervis.
Will the consultation include statistics on any accidents, injuries or deaths over, say, the last 5 years of the current regime?
Yes. As part of the Rule 2024, we're required to publish, as part of the consultation, a cost-benefit disclosure statement, which takes into account all of those statistics for the last 5 years.
Councillor Lund.
That was my question, but I see that the mean operating speed is 88 to 92 kilometres along that road in your report. Is there any consideration been given to setting the limit closer to that mean rather than at the lower 80 kilometre limit?
We'd have to look at that, but the feedback from the community was they preferred the 80-kilometre limit, at least through that section of the community. So that would be something we consider through the consultation process.
Councillor Reddick, then Councillor Gary, then Councillor Hall.
My reading of the report indicated there was 20 people submitted on that, which is relatively low compared to the number of users on a regular basis. Will there be any form of surveying of people, users of that road?
I think that's what the public consultation process is largely, it'll be open to everybody that uses that road.
What I was asking, would there be any intention to survey, but I saw shaking of heads, so that's a no.
Just due to the nature of the road, it's quite hard to survey users along the road. We'll just have to make sure that the consultation is well published.
Councillor Gary, then Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Worship. Tēnā koutou katoa. Would it be correct to surmise that had the government not introduced the new rules around the speed limit process, that this would have potentially gone through and been activated and the measures put in place?
Yes, we had a hearings committee that was considering the last speed management plan, but the rules changes prohibited that from going forward. So I can't. It would have been considered by council, is all I can say.
Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Has the feedback been gathered from emergency services or the school bus operators, local businesses who rely on those roads?
Not yet, but again, that's part of what the consultation process would establish.
Thank you. It appears we are at the end of questions. Thank you, team. So I'll move that the council notes the Tairi Mara 3 road speed limit change consultation report, seconded by Councillor Mayhem. I'd just like to thank the staff for their work so far and for the community for raising this issue. It's good to see it go out to public consultation. A lot of the questions were around how do we consult with the public, and it's the staff will make sure that goes out, but it's also important that we as councillors, and especially councillors with community boards, that they also raise and remind people that this consultation is going on, so we do hear as many voices as we can. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. As I pointed out, this is a safety measure, and as mentioned by Councillor Gary, if it wasn't the changes that the government made around speed limits, this probably would have already been put in place back in 2023 when the residents of Kirribush brought it to us. But I think that they will be very happy that there is going to be a consultation and that their voices have been heard. And as stated, this is about the residents who live at Kirribush and they put up with the cars speeding past them and their families, and it's also about safe access to the beach in that area. So I'd like to also thank the staff for their work on this, and I look forward to the public consultation process. Thank you.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you. Just to clarify what Councillor Mayhem was saying, the 20 residents of Kirribush asked for a 3-kilometre stage of the road to be slowed to 80 kilometres, not the entire length. So there is a variance there. The other thing, and I guess and I'm sure the staff may well have already considered this, but a lot of people that use that road on a daily basis are residents of Clutha District and not of Dunedin City. So I think there should be an effort to make sure that we are consulting with the Tairi Mouth community as well as the Dunedin City community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll use my right of reply, Councillor Sims, to tell you that I saw staff nodding behind you as you mentioned consulting with the Clutha. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gary, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just briefly, I just want to register my entire frustration at the change in the government's approach to this. I've watched over many years a change in process around speed limits from a very centralised process to actually communities being able to determine what works for communities in our area. And there's no doubt in my mind that that is the best way to approach this. So there was a real level of frustration for me when this particular one had to be stopped. I'm sure the residents of the Clutha District are as concerned as we are about the safety of our community, and of course our staff consider all of the aspects. The hearings panel will consider matters in a very process appropriate way.
and consider it very carefully and arrive at a decision. It's a good process, a positive process, and the expertise of our traffic engineers will be part of that. The emergency services will be part of that. It's never a one size fits all. But to the Kuri Bush residents, I hear you. It's the people who live there that are the ones that generally are the ones who experience the problems of speed. And yes, it's sometimes inconvenient for those passing through. Behaviour change is always difficult, but it's around safety.
Kia ora, thank you. I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those against, abstentions, that is carried. We'll move to item 12, resolution to stop part of Glengyle Street in Vauxhall, and I welcome Mr. David Ward, Ms. Paula Dickel, and Anna. Thank you. It wasn't on my list.
Kia ora, Mayor Sophie, Deputy Mayor Lucas, councillors, thank you. As noted in the executive summary, this is a formal conclusion of an earlier process.
Councillor Mayhem.
So there were no objections when this was publicly notified?
That's correct.
I'm happy to move this, Your Worship.
Councillor Vanders.
Can we know what the non-refundable fee was? Wouldn't it have been easy just to put the number, and also the market value assessed by the council's value?
We don't typically provide those in this forum, but and I don't have them with me, but I can follow that up for you and come back to you.
Great. I would like to see the numbers in future if that's possible, because we're voting on money basically. I also have a supplementary question really, and that is how do you basically figure out what a market value is on a piece of land you can't sell?
We do use an independent valuer who values it for us.
So you pass the buck. So how does he figure out what a market value?
Point of order.
Disrespect.
If I call a point of order, sorry, Cherry.
Sorry, I withdraw the.
I'll take councillor. You withdraw? Okay. Okay, Councillor Lund.
Just a point of clarification, I've just gone through that exact process with the Christchurch City Council, so I can assure Councillor Vandevers that it is very possible to value small parcels of land adjacent to a road reserve, and you have to pay a market value. So I think we've probably, if it's been independently valued, it would be great to see that figure, but I would accept that independent valuation.
Through the chair, if I may, I do wonder if there may be elements of commercial confidentiality associated with that, which is probably why it's not here, but I'll take advice on that.
I'll follow up with staff. At some point in the process it's commercial until it's agreed and signed, at which point it's potentially public information, but I just will need to check that. And given you haven't yet made a decision, it probably still is hasn't reached that threshold, but I'll check with the team.
Thank you. No more questions. Kia ora and thank you. I will move that the Council resolves that under Section 342 of the Local Government Act 1974, the part of unformed road described as Section 1 SO 610-112 is stopped. B notes that no objections were submitted during the public notice period. C authorises a public notice declaring that the road is stopped. Deputy Mayor Lucas second. All those. Oh, do you want to speak to it, Councillor Gary?
I just want to assure colleagues I've been through this process personally. It's a very robust process, and staff proceed in an appropriate way with this very robust process. So we can be assured that it's proper, and that market value is definitely part of, with the independent valuing as part of the process.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, a very simple comment, in that the only way to establish what the value of this is. The only appropriate way to establish the value of this is to get an independent registered valuer to provide that value.
Councillor Mayhem.
I feel like we're just talking about a slither of road verge here, and that, you know, most people would just adopt their own piece of road verge anyway, and if we worried about this times the number of residents of the city, I just don't see how it's even a money issue, actually.
I would disagree with that. I think as Councillor Geary has pointed out, she's been through the process, and as I have, and you certainly can't be giving away council assets. There has to be a clear and transparent process and value for the ratepayer.
Thank you. That looks like the end of the debate. I will not have a right of reply. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Move on to item 13, lower value grants process amendment. And I've got you down, Ms Graham, and Ms Moran to speak to the report. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms Sophie. Just an opening comment regarding there's a slight correction to be made to the report in terms of the staff delegations of making decisions on grants of 500 or less. That delegation is actually always sat with the chair of grants subcommittee and only allocated to staff in the absence of that delegation.
Okay, did you have any? Okay.
We're happy to answer any questions you might have, councillors.
Okay, so move to questions. Councillor Mayhem, then Gary.
While I think the trust model is excellent, I am not sure about the responsibility on staff in some of the much smaller grant allocation groups. I feel like this might be an unfair burden placed on individuals, where previously we make decisions as a committee or today around the whole council table. My concern is about staff safety. If they were to decline an application, it's on individuals pretty much, and I wonder if there is some mechanism to ensure there is no discomfort to operational staff.
I'll get that. We haven't had feedback that this would be a problem, and ultimately the delegation would sit with general managers and would be done with advice from staff within the relevant teams who have the links to and the knowledge of the grants that they are considering. But it would be a general manager, or in some odd cases, chief executive delegation. Or maybe to mitigate it, I could be the name on all of them as the chief executive to provide that layer of anonymity to the staff if that is a concern for council.
Can I just follow up from that? So would that be covered in the recommended, where it talks about the chief executive has delegated the power, would that cover that issue? Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I just have some clarification? Given we don't have a report for the grants review as a completed piece of work, and we've heard from the community this morning really strongly around the this mechanism actually doing away with the voice of community, the direct voice of community in mana whenua. Can I ask, is this a temporary measure while we get a more long-term measure in place that addresses those matters? Because if we're listening to the community, I heard loud and clear what they said this morning. And I would be concerned if this was, I see for our immediate needs, we need to get on and make some decisions. So as an emergency measure, I can see the value in it. But how are we viewing this? And I'd turn to you, Your Worship.
Yeah, thank you. And you heard me apologise in the public forum for my oversight that I did not realise that there were quite a number of grants coming through. I didn't realise that there had been a meeting and that it had been cancelled before I was aware of what we needed to go forward. So this is a stopgap measure, and I am completely open to continuing on with the grants review, we expect a report to come through in December, and then I think we'll be able to discuss how we manage the grants process through our delegations.
Can I ask that we make this really clear? If it is a stopgap measure, can we make sure in the, whomever moves the motion, that is really clearly set out, and we communicate that really clearly to our community?
Yeah, because we have been working on our grants review for quite a while, so this is part of unfortunately a quick fix. I would have thought we had more time.
If I can just test with Ms Moran, if I can, the report that is coming in December on the grants review, I don't think will necessarily provide answers to how you deal with grants in the future. So I think we just need to be clear, that that's not the report you're getting in December. So I wouldn't want councillors to have an expectation that there'll be a resolution to the grants review in that report.
So may I just ask because we have been in the process of doing a grants review, and there's been various reports that have come to council about how we tidy that up. Is that on me to tidy that up, or us? Sorry.
I think it needs some direction, and I think what the December report will enable is this council to provide direction on where they want to go with grants. But I think to Councillor Gary's point, in the interim we do need something as a mechanism for allocating grants so that the community groups who have been waiting for them get access to the grant funding.
Madam Chair, could I suggest that we take a short amendment just to ensure that the motion...
If we could, I think if we could do questions now, and then at the lunch break we can look to...
Thank you, that would be helpful.
So Councillor Mayhem Walker-Lund.
I'm pretty uncomfortable and a little bit confused about this, because part of the grants review I thought we were going to purchase flux that the Otago Community Trust uses, and I'm really distressed about that there is no mana whenua input at the moment, that we don't have that in front of us today. We've got the Professional Theatre Fund, but yet there are no practitioners who will be participating in the debate, and I'm really uncomfortable with the situation that, there's a whole bunch of...
Is there a question, Councillor Mayhem? Yeah.
I just mean in grants as a whole.
So did you have a question about the...
I want to know where this came from. Where did this come from? Because...
So I thought I'd explained that what it came from was the fact that I had overlooked that I was unaware that there were grants in the system that were coming to us, and this is my...
And with the changes, we needed something in the interim to deal with the allocation of grants.
To ensure that people got their grants before Christmas.
We briefed council on this. Unfortunately, I don't think you were at the briefing, and this was the most pragmatic way we could think of ensuring that the community groups got their money this round while the grants review progressed.
Now, you had a question about the system. I think Ms Moran's able to answer the grants system, the purchase of one.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, Mayor Sophie. Yes, there were several systems. We invited expressions of interest from various platforms. We spoke to OCT about Flux. They have actually decided to look at other models because it's not that efficient, as are most of the systems, particularly when a review is being undertaken. We didn't know what our future system would need. We're also looking at our financial system, and we thought we would need to integrate both of those systems to speak to each other and for transparency across the organisation.
Can I just ask a follow-up question, because I think there was a budget of possibly around $80,000 for that system, so is that budget being carried over? Sorry, that's probably a tough question.
It's probably something for either Biz or our financial manager, but I don't think it's been carried
We'll just have to find out.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we don't have that information in front of us.
Councillor Walker, then Councillor Lund.
Yeah, a number of things. Firstly, I'm confused about Madam Chair, Mayor Sophie, Your Worship. Thank you firstly to you for taking a bit of ownership around the oversight on this. And a bit of synchronicity, there is a question coming between myself and Councillor Gary, because my question was going to be, can we take a break just to make sure, because I'm nervous like a number of people moving forward, and I think I'm sensing the same in the room. So my question is, we are going to amend this slightly during the break, so when we come back, moving forward from today, we'll have a little bit of clarity around the future of this, because I get the interim measure, so whoever wants to answer that, yes, I guess is the answer.
Yes, and the amendment you would make is you would just make it a date-limited delegation, so you would give the delegation for the period of time necessary to get the grants out the door, and then it would be revoked once that was done.
Subject to getting the grants review done.
And I don't think you want to tie the delegation, my advice would be, to the grants review necessarily, because you can always redelegate, right? But this is a mechanism for administering the pool of grants at the minute while we work on the broader plan. Councillor Lund.
This really, Nicola, is just a couple of questions around the actual grant process. So, I accept this as an interim measure. With all our grants, and I'm hoping this will be addressed in the review. Do we follow the same conventions that people like the Lion Foundation and other major organisations do, where they have a limit of one application per individual per year, and they have maximum amounts for every grant, and that every grant must be reported back with full accountability about the money spent? And do we have a template to make it easy for those people to report back?
Unfortunately, I can't answer that question, Councillor Lund. I think it's possible that the process varies across the various grant pools. We have different assessment panels and things like that. I'm probably not in the best position, but I can.
Can we put that as definitely items to be included in the review, please?
Were you going to answer that, Councillor Gary has some inside knowledge.
What I can assure my colleague of is that there is a robust set of criteria that are agreed and they are implemented, and I'm sure Councillor Lefiso may be able to add to that as the previous chair of the Grants Subcommittee.
Thank you. Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. How can we measure the performance of this in a way that we can quantify how many jobs it creates, how many students it may employ, and how it may outreach to our university and our polytechnic in terms of sharing that expertise from the community grants?
These grants are very small grants to community groups and I'm just not sure that the kind of grants, Councillor Ong, that support the things that you are saying necessarily. I think these are grants given for quite a different reason.
The largest amount is close to $1 million.
Sorry, Councillor Ong, you might be looking at the wrong grants. These ones are all individual grants of less than $5,000.
More than $5,000 in total. The total amounts collectively are more than $5,000.
I think Councillor Gary, do you have some insight on this?
I do. So, Councillor Ong, just to share with you that these are grassroots community organisations who do the mahi around some of our most vulnerable communities. So if I can give you some examples, and I haven't been involved for a couple of years, but I can reassure you that it's the likes of food banks and groups that work with people in the community at the most grassroots level
Council, and it's right across. It could be a field officer for autism, or there are so many different groups. And when you sit on that subcommittee, you understand the breadth of the work from the volunteers in our community, and you see how many hours are spent. And this is a tiny part that we contribute of the work that benefits the city. So it's a very long answer, I know.
Thank you, Councillor Gary. Are there any other questions? Because we will obviously have some work to do over the lunch break, I would move that we will adjourn for 45 minutes till 1 p.m. for lunch. May I have a seconder? Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas, all those in favour? Anyone against? We will see you back here promptly at 1 p.m. Meeting to order. Welcome back, everyone. During the break, there's been an amendment to the recommended motion, so we are able to take questions on that if anyone has a question.
If I could,
sorry,
if I could,
yep.
Mayor, I'll just explain to councillors what's changed from what was in the order paper. So, based on the discussion in the room, you'll see under A3, the delegation is temporary and will expire on the 31st of December 2025. We've run it through December just in case there are things that need to be resolved, rats and mice, as part of the process. And you'll also see B is changed, has the same effect as what was in the original draft, but it brings our report back on the 11th of December on how staff have exercised the delegation. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Gary?
So what would the process be, and it may be that this is the Mayor answers this or yourself, Chief, to then putting in a more long-term mechanism?
The answer to that will depend on the direction Council gives when they consider the update on the grants review on December the 11th at that same meeting.
Okay. Therefore, Councillor Fiso would like to move this item, is that correct? Okay, thank you. And seconded by Councillor Gary.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, tēnā koutou, colleagues. I'd just like to start off this moving speech by acknowledging Ms Murray, who has been our Governance Support Officer over several triennia for the Grants Subcommittee, and was amazing in terms of processing our questions, preparation of the agenda, preparation of or ensuring that we had access to all the spreadsheets and answers. I also want to acknowledge Ms Y Piggott and I think Kat as financial officers. I understand Ms Piggott is leaving the organisation, but they or has retired, and they were also amazing in terms of keeping us on the straight and narrow and helping us keep track of the expenditure. And I just also want to acknowledge all the awesome officers of the events team, Aratoi, Community Partnerships or Community Development and Events team as it was formerly known, for maintaining the relationships, the so vital relationships, and ensuring that access to support was gained by tiny little groups who are just suffering so much in terms of just general survival, especially in the place-based group space, but also in the arts, as we've seen. Governments of either stripe have chosen to not invest in arts or de-escalate arts funding. So that's my opinion. I just also want to acknowledge the grants subcommittee members, the community members who brought their expertise and knowledge of and relationships. It's all interlayered and really important work. It's the most important work, I think, in what's going on. And a lot of this is done by volunteers, not just the grant subcommittee, but they are in touch with the voluntary group. And the volunteers who, if all volunteers in the nation laid down tools, this country would grind to a halt. So, just want to acknowledge also the mana whenua representatives over the years on the grant subcommittee, because they gave us insights that were really important, and we never, as tauiwi, we didn't often think about those realities. So that's why I support this. I just want to echo community builders' kōrero in terms of their disappointment that direct input from expertise from the ground, from the flax roots, from the grassroots, and mana whenua representation as well has been cut out of this process. But I am very glad to see that this delegation will expire on 31st of December. So thank you, Your Worship, for acknowledging the system breakdown or whatever happened, so that the November meeting that was due to happen did not happen, to deal with the 300 grants that we had been applied for in that September funding round. But this is really good, and I look forward to a completed review where everyone's voices has been heard. Kia ora.
Councillor Vandervis, then Councillor Sims.
I understand the intent of this, but I wonder why it is that we can't simply have an extraordinary meeting if necessary and bring the basically summary of detailed information of who wants the grants and why to council, because it is our job to decide on what the ratepayers' money gets spent on. And to unload this onto the Chief Executive, I don't think is actually very fair on the one hand. And on the other hand, the rates review, I think, will show that we already have too many holes in the ratepayer bucket. This just adds another one, although for a shorter time. How many $5,000 claims will be made in the next month? Who knows? I think we should. And I think if it means that we have to have an extraordinary meeting to make the decision ourselves, we should be making that decision.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Ms Sophie. And I would also like to echo what Councillor Vandervis has said. I have a great deal of concern with this. $5,000 is a lot of money, and it's hard-earned public money, and it's ratepayers' money, for many of whom $5,000 is an unimaginable amount of money. In my view, public money should be treated with much greater respect than our own money. And I echo Councillor Gary said this morning, that raised the importance of councillors understanding the work being done by the volunteer groups in the community, and that visibility could potentially be lost. I also echo what Aaron Hawkins raised, his concerns, and this was my prime concern when I was making notes earlier this week, and that is that this change will expose staff rather than councillors to being lobbied by grants applicants, and also expose staff to the vitriol when grants applications are rejected. I acknowledge the amendment to say that this delegation will expire in December, but I also echo Councillor Vandervis, as this is a lot of money, and I for one am prepared to come to an extraordinary meeting and sit here for a day and learn about these grants and learn about what should be, have some insight into what's going on and some insight into the community organisations that are getting this money. I have no argument with the process. I have no argument that many of these groups, the great majority of them, are worthy. But I'd also like to echo a comment from a previous meeting where this was discussed, that now we don't have a problem. Like, that it's very rare that the council overturns the decision of staff. But I wonder if that's why we don't have a problem, is that the council staff understand that the guardrails are in place for the council to be able to review it and to overturn it if a mistake is made. So I'm incredibly worried about the optics of a new council coming in here and relaxing the rules about the expenditure of public money at a time when many of us, I think, were possibly elected on a platform of saying we will take greater care of public money. My prime concern is the optics, and my prime concern is also that this is going to expose council staff to lobbying from external organisations, and that really concerns me. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks to staff and the previous grants subcommittee, and before that, when I was on, it's very hard work, and all the grant applicants, and I'm sure many of us around the table have been on the other side of applying for grants, and if you go back many years, it's often a very onerous and tiresome and draining process. I'm given some surety, and I thank the mover for adding in a part 3 of this. I think it gives us some surety moving forward, and long term, obviously things will become clearer after the December 11th meeting. If you remember back to the public forum when Joy and Lois were there, I asked them around the data that's out there around funding, and for those who don't know, my before council or early times of it, I was involved in a charitable trust where we were trying to be leaders in Aotearoa with a very out there policy, which I'll speak about in a moment. But there is so much evidence across the world around funding and how, I mean, it's not a perfect science, but it is, and I use the words again, it's irrefutable that grant decision making is best done in concert with community if you want to get the best outcomes for the giver and the receiver, and I don't think that's in dispute. And when I was on the Thank You Charitable Trust, we turned the model upside down, where the decision making for grant money was solely done by the previous recipients of that money. So the receivers of money became the forward decision makers. And I won't lie, it wasn't a perfect model, because no model is perfect, but it was interesting to see how much honesty seeped out of that system, and how responsible people were with other people's money. So it was a way of trying to pay it forward in a way that had never been tried before. I'd been tried somewhere else, but not in Aotearoa. And I'm slightly counter to Councillor Vandevus and Councillor Sims. Relationships in funding are so vitally important, which doesn't mean excluding us, it just means including some of the people at grassroots with much greater knowledge than us. It's for me, it's about making decisions collectively with those we serve, not in isolation. And I think that's the best way of best caring for public money. And I just want I think somebody else mentioned it, just again thanks to the Mayor for acknowledging the system breakdown. I think it's a sign of a good leader to take, to accept that there's mistakes being made. So hopefully onwards from here in a more positive and collaborative way.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I have a few comments to make in relation to some of the comments made by Councillor Vandevus and Councillor Sims in particular. What this is doing is only a small amount of money that is in the grants pool. It's not opening the floodgates for grants of up to $5,000 that go on between now and the 31st of December. It's a very small contained amount, and there are really strong guardrails in place, that we have a grants policy with criteria that the staff are all over. And I know from having sat for 3 years on the grants subcommittee, the huge amount of work that the staff do. They are connected with their community, and when the grants applications come in, they assess the applications, they discuss them amongst their team, they argue, fight back and forth with each other to come to where their recommendation is, and work with their manager and then up to their group manager. There is a really robust place. And when Mayor Sophie realised that the grant subcommittee had been missed, her and I discussed this, and I went back and looked at the last 3 years of grants applications that in this range, and the majority of them are like $1,200, $1,500. They're really small. And when I looked for 3 years of applications, the subcommittee, not even a handful, changed the recommendation of staff, and then only there was a $200 there, whatever. the staff are so well connected, and their recommendations, and I see Councillor Lafiso nodding, who chaired that subcommittee. I have trust in our staff, and for those councillors who came to the induction where the staff talked about their work and realised that we hire great staff in this area and who are really well connected to our community, and I feel really confident in this process. I think that it's, I mean, I've sat on both sides. I've sat on the other side of applying, and I know you cannot lobby staff. That does you no favours. It gets you nowhere. So the concerns of that is that actually, I would suggest, absolutely would backfire. The way that our staff are, the ones that I've dealt with and I've seen working are above that lobbying and being able to influence, and the robustness of their teamwork to come up with their decisions. It's not just one person and picking their favourites or whatever. It's a real team analysis and team recommendation. And I feel really comfortable that for this, that we will come up with robust decisions. And we need to be fair to our community. They are waiting. They're sitting here waiting, and we need to quickly, there's lots of things on hold waiting for our decision, and we need to acknowledge that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. I asked for the amendment to this motion because I feel very strongly this should only be a stopgap measure. And why is that? Well, I too am concerned about staff vulnerability in this particular aspect. However, I absolutely trust our staff in the work they do excuse me, in this area, and I want to concur with Councillor Lafiso as the previous chair of the grant subcommittee around that. The process, colleagues, is robust. For newer councillors, I understand you don't have a lens that comes from a place of informed decision, and when you are a grant subcommittee member, you get an induction, you get really thorough training, and you have that overview, and there are really strict criteria, so the staff are working to that. But we did hear this morning from Mr Hawkins about that having some issues because there are occasions when the criteria really don't fit the situation. In the Servants' Health Centre, and I remember this being an issue where staff, elected members would make a decision along with the community reps that would go against that staff recommendation for good reason, but the staff were doing their job. And I too have, as the previous grant subcommittee chair, I too have seen the enormous amount of work that's got on, and I have incredible faith in the guardrails that are there. So there is no feeling of irresponsibility around spending ratepayer money. I can say hand on heart, it is a thorough, robust, trusted process. I do have trouble with this being characterised as a hole in the ratepayer bucket, because we have people from the grassroots community organisations sitting in the public gallery right now, and I want to acknowledge them and their extraordinary mahi. And to the staff mentioned by Councillor Lafiso, in particular Ms Murray and Ms Piggott. We heard this morning from Ms Scott Muir and Ms Davis around the importance of the community voice, and I appreciate their coming to speak to us on that at a high level, because that was something that I worked with for 3 years and valued tremendously. Did we always agree? No, we did not. But it was a robust discussion that helped us, along with the Mana Whenua rep, to land in a really positive, sound place in terms of our decision making. And so for anyone that has doubt about that, then please be reassured, and we obviously need a workshop on that. So I can support this motion. In the meantime, and I've been very open with the Mayor about this, that I don't see it as a long-term measure, and I will be urging Her Worship to
consider reconstituting. And remember, we are the ones that agreed to not reconstitute the grant subcommittee. It was not in the raft of committees that we signed off, so we all need to take responsibility for that. We need to finish the grants review. It has been going on for a very long time and our community needs certainty, and we need to find and establish an appropriate mechanism, and I still have great faith in the grants subcommittee as a framework with community reps, with mana whenua, and the continued amazing work of our teams throughout the organisation around grants. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Treadwell, then Councillor Weatherall, then Councillor Raddick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to mihi the members of the previous grant subcommittee. Any of us who have worked in contestable funding, contestable arts, grants, anything of that nature will know that it's a very emotionally exhausting and just logistically taxing thing to do. And so I'd also like to mihi the pragmatism of this stopgap measure, because the notion that the council as a whole, considering these hundreds of grants, the notion that that wouldn't be a serious drain on the council and thereby on the taxpayer, I would like to repudiate that, because it would take a long time and a lot of work, and I'm not sure that that is what the taxpayer wants us to be doing with our time. That being said, the decision that we make following the stopgap measure does need serious consideration if we are to do service to the community in mana whenua, who were a critical part of that previous subcommittee. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I echo the sentiments expressed by Councillors Vandivus and Sims. I concur there are many deserving cases. However, grants issued should be prioritised not just by organisations that tick the appropriate boxes, but those that we get the maximum return of social benefit. I hope staff will look at these grants through the same lens, and I'm happy we have the appropriate experienced staff in place to distribute these grants appropriately. Thank you.
Councillor Raddick.
Yes, I think this is a stopgap measure, and I can support this. And I think this measure, speaks to improved efficiency in management of the grants and in working through those grants, and also perhaps a little bit of removal from, I suppose, the lobbying and possibly even, in-your-faceness of some of them, so that could well improve the process, and it's worth giving it a try, certainly in the interim. My main misgiving about it is the 31 December deadline, because the grants review won't be finished by then. So I don't believe. So we'll still be in a situation of having not. Well, it appears to me we may still be in a situation of not having resolved how it will go forward. However, we'll worry about that next year, and this will certainly get us through this calendar year. And I think it's will be instructive for us to run this process for the coming month. So, thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, and I understand this is just a stopgap, but I'm really not happy. I feel that trust has been broken. We've dropped the ball and we've let our community down. I agree with all of these previous speakers, Councillor Treadwell, Councillor Lefiso, Councillor Walker and Councillor Gary. And I just want to read a short excerpt from an email I received from Dr. Kim Morgan. And she says, expert community input alongside that of mana whenua is absolutely necessary in this process, especially for the larger grants. The staff at DCC are amazing and they do their best, but they cannot shoulder the burden of these mammoth decisions alone. If council is likely to rubber stamp all of the recommendations when faced with a deluge of reading materials. And I agree with Ms. Morgan's sentiments, and I hope that we can all work together today with the gargantuan tasks that we're faced with later on in our papers around the professional performing arts and I seriously hope that we can quickly get through this review process and come up with something robust and suitable that is going to acknowledge the importance of this to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. It was my ball and I dropped it, and I own that. I was unaware, and that's my fault, that we had a grants meeting coming up. Then I was unaware that it had been cancelled, so I own that, and I apologise to everyone that we've had to go through all of these hours of discussing the grants. It will be useful for when we do discuss the grants review. We have had yeah, that's on me. The grant review is ongoing. It was signalled in the 2013 Social Wellbeing Strategy that we were going to review the community funding delivery and effectiveness. That is part of the email that I sent to the Dunedin community builders, and where I apologised for this, and I'm sorry for putting everyone through it. We do want our grants to be been on both sides as well, easier, faster and impactful. I'm totally aware that there are a lot of ecosystem issues out there in the for purpose, not for profits, and we need to understand what's going on there. At the moment, there is an Otago Community Trust review going on, and I hope that will also help inform us, because we should be working in partnership to make sure that we are delivering value for our community. I spent 6 years on the grants subcommittee as well, so I'm very aware of the work that's done there, and I'd like to assure new councillors that there is such a lot of hard work. I think I figured out I spend maybe about 80 hours a year as a councillor just doing the grants work, and there were very robust systems. I did ask, I think, about the system that we were using, the technical system, because I do not love the current system, which is actually really, really hard to navigate, and that was part of the grants review as well, was the how do we do it. I totally think it's a good idea for a workshop, so we could actually discuss the grants, where all the grants pools are, and how we can how they work, because I sense, especially with new councillors, that there are some challenges around understanding that. The next deadline for the next grants review is actually March, so there is a window of opportunity for us to get this right. So I look forward to the report coming in December 11th, and then I think we should, before that, think about what sort of resolution we want to have from that in the process going forward. So if there's no more speakers, I'll hand back to you, Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. If you indulge me, Your Worship, I neglected to acknowledge also the waste minimisation and management staff, officers, and officers who dealt with our biodiversity grants. And just for point of information, biodiversity grants are set at $5,000, and there's no variation there. But to be clear, as the Deputy Mayor said, this particular delegation applies to the 300 applications received in September covering community grants. So that's 300 organisations are waiting for us to make some systemic adjustments for this particular round. So just want to again acknowledge the staff, and just to acknowledge all the councillors who have spoken in favour of this motion, and acknowledge again the communities, the suffering communities. I guess because I mean, I sort of appreciate that colleagues may want to go over the applications yourselves, but I would caution you. You have to appreciate that staff, our wonderful, awesome staff, actually have lived experience of what is needed, and we don't all have the lived experience or expertise. So I would just please ask that you trust the staff and. Yeah, kia ora.
Kia ora. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against?
No.
Did you get
recorded?
That? Should we do division, or did you get all the recorded?
Division, please. Thanks.
Okay, division.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Councillor Ong.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Sims. No. Councillor Treadwell.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye.
Carried 12-3.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 14, the Housing Outreach Service Proposal, and I welcome Ms Moran and Ms Brown to speak to the report.
Thank you, Ms Sophie, and we are happy to take questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. The recommendation is for 2 additional full-time equivalents, but there's no discussion on whether that should be 3 or 4, because I understand 2 that they need to work together, that it's about health and safety. But I'm just intrigued how you landed on 2.
Councillor, if you want to give me 4, I'll happily take them. This was the most cost effective while maintaining safety.
Councillor Sims.
Thanks, Mayor Sophie, and thanks, Jill and Nicola. Could you describe the working relationship between the DCC and the NGO providers, including the Dunedin Night Shelter Trust, please?
So it started some time ago. We set up a homelessness group where all of the providers who work with homelessness whānau agencies, so everyone from health, corrections, agencies such as PSO, Night Shelter, everybody and anybody who worked in or came in contact with a homeless whānau were joined together. We combined in one group. We then created a shared vision for what we wanted for the city, and that's the Functional Zero vision that a number of you may have seen. And then we've set about starting to work in a way which aligns together across agencies. So we have now a tool that is being utilised by 16 frontline staff across 10 different organisations, which is the same tool, which allows us to create some level of data to identify systems gaps or provision gaps within our city. So the night shelter is part of that, but so are many others.
And just supplementary to that, would you accept that an existing provider operating in that space, a trusted provider, may be able to deliver, or would be able to effectively deliver an outreach service, and may be able to, using the existing resources they've got, plus maybe one extra person, may be able to deliver that service efficiently?
Councillor, I can't comment on that. I was asked to bring back, based on the notice of motion, a request for what it would cost for us to do that. If you were requesting us to do some sort of analysis as to who would be best to deliver this, that's a different piece of work.
Councillor Walker, then Councillor Gary.
Yeah, thank you. And based on that previous answer, I'm sort of reluctant to ask this now, but I'll ask it anyway. Is it, I don't know how to word this, in terms of having an outreach provider that's not us, do you feel it would be the goal of us ultimately, that a medium to longer term goal would be that, but we're not quite at that space yet? Yeah. So.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā kōrua. We heard from Mr Mackenzie this morning, and as I understood it, he was saying you need to embed it in DCC in the first instance, in the long term, moving towards somebody outside of the organisation, as Councillor Walker alluded to. I just want to check in with you that I understood at the last Otago Housing Alliance hui, I got a very clear indication that all of those people that were hooing, I can't remember how many there were, there was a lot, was saying we need outreach, and the DCC is the place for it, and we need it soon. That's the impression I got. Could you tell me whether I've judged that correctly?
That impression is what I got as well. And indications when we first had the initial conversations amongst all of the providers around the homelessness issue was that they wanted the initial setups and the research and all of that data stuff to be done by council because they didn't feel like they had enough reach individually.
And just to that, my understanding in the room was that we had an extraordinary breadth of organisation and people working in this area, and they're the ones who know best.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I have something like 45 different groups on my emailing list, everything from men's sexual abuse survivors through to some of our youth providers. So yeah, huge.
I've got Councillor Lund, then Councillor Chambers.
Gil, I just what you mentioned before, that the whole premise of needing two outreach providers was because of clearly a DCC policy around health and safety. So if another organisation, such as the Dunedin Night Shelter, had a different policy that did not require that, and it could be done with a single outreach provider, that would yield a considerable saving, would it not?
I can't speak to what another provider has for their health and safety, I'm sorry.
But we can agree that we're effectively employing two people to do the work of one because of a DCC policy, and we can clearly see that, if an NGO such as the Night Shelter were able to do that more efficiently, it would be a net gain all round.
It's not necessarily just because it's a DCC policy, but it's actually good practice. And when you have lone people working alone in environments that are difficult, it's behoving on the person or the institution who's the PCBU to make sure they've done everything they can to deliver the service safely.
That may be so, but I understand, and Councillor Sims may be able to confirm this, that the Night Shelter already have an outreach provider, and I understand it's a single person.
Okay, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvie. Yes, and looking at the options proposed, the two options which imply setting up a service, one is immediate and the other one's deferred to the 1st of July next year, which would be right in the middle of winter. So I'm assuming the immediate option is to try and set up the service and get it running in time for winter. Is homelessness particularly exacerbated in winter, in particular for those sleeping rough and the extremes of homelessness?
It's not only those sleeping rough in very difficult circumstances. You heard from David earlier that, what did he say, July, August, September were his big peaks. But we're also seeing problematic behaviour or really difficult behaviour being experienced by, for example, young women who on a cold night will take up a one-night stand to stay somewhere warm, which is absolutely inappropriate, and nobody should be forced into that. So, yeah, winter is definitely a factor.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask about those vulnerable groups. I know Mr Mackenzie does great work with the male population, but my understanding is that older women and young people are very vulnerable. Am I correct in assuming that?
International data would say that the fastest growing groups of homeless people are our over 55-year-old women and our LGBTQ people, especially our young people. We are seeing, it was interesting, there was a group of occupational therapy students who have just done a piece of work for the OHA, and they had not recognised that there was homelessness in the student population, and as soon as they began sort of digging around and watching for it, all of a sudden they saw it. So we're seeing it in places that perhaps we hadn't seen before.
So an outreach service would need to encompass all of those people?
Yeah, that would be my preference. And when we have things like Orange Sky coming to town, that gives us an opportunity for a place for our outreach people to go. But we get a lot of information as council through our parks team that come in through the CSA sorry, they're not called the CSA, what are they called now? CS now. We get a lot of information from people who spot tents or spot people who are all around the city and its environs, and that comes to us, and it quite often comes through places like parks or parking or even dog control. So we get information from all over the place.
Thank you. And am I correct in understanding, I was told that Orange Sky had a bit of hesitancy coming to the city. They will, but that they really are wanting there to be an outreach service in order to do their work. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. They are fully supportive of outreach services. They're going to be based in an external part of the Salvation Army. It's my understanding it's going to be external, a part of the Salvation Army, so they're not really part of the Salvation Army. The issue for some of our, or the reticence for some of our homeless whānau is they don't want to go to certain places because it comes with the expectation that they're going to have to engage with a social worker or whatever, and that's the beauty of an outreach service. It's about getting alongside a person, creating a relationship, and then helping them get to where they need to be in their own time.
Councillor Lofeso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, tēnā korua. Just to add to Councillor Gary's questions in terms of demographics, what information do we have as council about primary school children living in cars and going to school from there with their mothers?
Yeah, we know of a few cases currently in the city, but again, without having anybody out there counting, it's quite difficult, and that's the other thing that an outreach service could do, is do a count, which is a terrible thing to say. But we do know that the 2023 study identified, it was called Growing Up in New Zealand, identified that 1 in every 14 children between the age of 8 and 12 had experienced homelessness.
Councillor Mayhem.
That's some very sobering statistics. I just wanted to, this was covered off by yourself, Ms Brown. We have a joined up, the other day you told us, we have a joined up response across all departments, a tactful, sympathetic, professional procedure that we expect our staff to take. Is that correct?
Yeah, we are in the advanced stages of developing that with our corporate policy team, because we recognise that actually, as I said, a lot of our groups come in contact and they deal with them differently. So we have our property team, for example, who run all of our public buildings, and we have our parks teams and so on. So we are setting up an actual process that includes me to identify how we might help each individual, but it's got a basic framework.
So just following on from that, I'll often see, say, a Facebook post about someone sleeping in their car down on the corner. Would it be a recommendation that we message that person and say, can you, and then what would the next step be?
What I say every time I go and speak to people is flick a form, an email or phone into our CS, give me a call, send me an email, whatever, and we'll have somebody do something. Yeah.
So you're okay for me to publicly refer people to you?
Yep, you're welcome to refer people to me.
I'll go first and then Councillor Walker. I do have a question about how long, if we were to, and I'm very aware that the recommendations considers how to progress funding, and I've got one resolution that's been sent through. So if it was to be done in-house, how long would it take to get up and running? I'm aware that there would be recruitment and systems to be set up. So if council were to decide today to do something, how long would that take to... so I'll give you option one. If council would decide today to do it as an approved overspend, how long would it take to get up and running?
We have sneakily written a job description, and that's based on other roles around the country doing similar work. That's been approved, so we could get it up and running relatively quickly. Yeah, 3 months.
3 months, okay. And then my next question, because there was either through inclusion in the 2026-27 budget, so that was so that timeline would still be 1st of July if council decided to put it in 26-27. Okay, thank you. Next question, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, you've given me some time to think about how I'd word this question. I'm just thinking around my own nervousness around moving too quickly, because I think we're all broadly in agreement we need to do something to an established agency, and thinking of the 2022 housing plan. Do you agree that moving forward to potentially a trusted, established provider, but other than that, first off, I mean, in terms of the in-house model, do we need to try and, so what have I written here, just embed a more coordinated approach across the various council departments before we do the other stuff? Sorry, you're positively nodding. That's a terribly worded question, but I think you get what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. I think once we have those processes up and going and strong, we can look to transition it out into the whatever that looks like. You know, we've talked before, sorry, new councillors, but old last training, we've talked before about Jill's Utopia, and you know, that whole idea of having maybe a trust set up that has something different, you know, like, yeah, offering short-term housing, or, you know, I don't know what that looks like, but yeah, actually moving that forward to do something more like a smaller version of Home Ground in Auckland, you know, that sort of thing, but much smaller.
And of course, the obvious thing is what I've just said, that work can only be done from the inside, can't it? Yeah, I mean, that's obvious, yeah. Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
Councillor Ong, then Councillor Lund.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could you just comment on the direct financial tools that we could also use to assist? Because I believe it has not been mentioned, the financial assistance that we can directly provide.
I'm sorry, are you talking about to our homeless whānau?
Sorry, thank you, Councillor. We do have a provision, a small provision in our budget to for discretionary funding, only about $30,000 to assist people who are in urgent need of some kind of assistance when there's no other assistance available, but very small at the moment.
Councillor Lund.
Jill, it's true, is it not, that you described your role when you briefed council that you are involved in connecting I think you said 45 different organisations. So your role's been not at the front line, but at the connecting agencies. So how many agencies are there that deal with homelessness in Dunedin right now?
A large number, depending on the individual. So, for example, the Otapoti Whānau, Dunedin Whānau Refuge has women and children who are homeless. That need can't be met by the night shelter, as an example. So there are numerous groups across the city that deal directly with our homeless whānau.
Yeah, I was told about 16. Is that?
So you could, it depends what sort of parameters you put on it. So, for example, I don't know if your 16 includes groups like PARS or corrections, or, so it depends what parameters you put on it, but there are numerous touch points for our homeless whānau.
And this outreach service, it's not something council's ever done before. It's an expansion of your activities. It's completely new to council, isn't it?
Correct, but it's run in other councils.
Okay, I've received a resolution, I think, I'm not quite sure. So I just wonder if that could go up on the... Oh, thank you. So that might help councillors, because we seem to be coming near the end of the questions. That might help councillors with asking some more questions. Councillor Reddick.
in terms of this outreach service, we have a slight alternative here, which might be a community provider deliver it, but at this point it's asking for an EOI process to see what existing community organisations might have to say about that, because there's obviously some doubt about how the existing service is going to run or be provided for beyond the end of June. But to come back to us then alongside a full in-house option, I'm wondering, to me, having that connection from the DCC resources and staff and the team in the DCC that are all around the city doing a whole range of work on any given day can easily report back, I guess, and provide referrals to people who they come across in an unhomed situation. So there's a lot of communication advantages there, but there's also a lot of advantages in having direct contact with a social service agency that may well have, food resources, housing resources, and shelter and clothing resources immediately at hand as well. To me, there's a very joined up function to be performed there. Do you see that as the key role here?
The role of an outreach team, whatever that looks like in the future, is to connect, to get alongside a person and to connect them with whoever or whomever they need to be connected with. So whether that is to be involved in helping a child get to school, whether that's to get a person the gender affirming care, whether that's to deal with drug and alcohol, it's to get alongside all of that. But we have to remember that at the heart of this is our disenfranchised whānau, who often can't negotiate the system, and our system is very complex. We have lots and lots and lots of forms. It's a very hard system to complex system. Their aim is to get people into that system in an appropriate way so that they can get the help that they need. But initially it's about getting alongside that person and working out what it is that they need, because often it's things other than just a house. Did that answer your question?
Essentially, but I mean, it's just demonstrating that person is the connector that's going to enable all that stuff to happen. To me, for them to be in constant contact with both ends of that spectrum, the DCC team who are out there with eyes on the ground all over the place, far more so than any other organisation, and the people who have the ability to provide resources to the people in question. So it's just a matter of where best for that person to be working from or with. Well, they need to work with everyone, but it's how best to locate that person.
If I could just, but what the motion, as it will become potentially on the board, suggests that an EOI will enable the providers in the community to come back with proposals that we may not have thought of. They may come back with a hybrid delivery model. The beauty of the EOI actually lets the experts in the field consider how best to deliver the outreach program that council is committed to.
Councillor Chambers, then Councillor Mayhem and Weatherall.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sophie. Just a question about the conduct of our new council and how the business is to be done. If some of our team working within a particular portfolio, in this case housing and homelessness, prepares a report as asked for with options and puts it forward, are the councillors who hold that portfolio entitled to put forward a motion with regard to that proposal, or can councillors who do not hold that portfolio interject and insert another motion
Any councillor, any portfolio is able to put forward a motion.
But if I could just, and that is absolutely true in terms of standing orders, as I've said a couple of times, we're still learning organisationally though how portfolios will work, and collectively so are you. And so it may be that if it's something that a councillor outside of a portfolio area is considering, I dare say we will get to a point where we work out some agreed sort of operating procedures where they might come and have a chat. But we're still learning, we haven't got anything in place yet.
Yeah, so any councillor can put forward a motion, and generally people in the past have often emailed suggested motions through.
So it's a first come, first serve?
Generally, unless the mayor chooses to put something forward themselves, yeah. And for some of the papers coming up, there would be natural portfolio holders who would do that, who would take that responsibility to introduce the papers, etc. And as we said, we're still in the beginning of it. But generally, anybody can put forward a motion. They just need to find a seconder. And I know this has got challenging.
Could just augment that though, and I helped the mover draft this last night, and I, for whatever, it didn't clock in my brain that we had a portfolio for housing, and it's probably my lack of advice to him. I'm sure if I had advised him to run it past the portfolio holders, he would have been more than happy to do that, but I just hadn't in my brain remembered there was a portfolio for housing.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I have two questions. One is around the report request here in the motion. I'm really concerned about delay because I think this is urgent and requires immediate action. So how long till a report would come back to us if we vote on this?
It's not the report. If an original suggestion had been, and I hope you're okay, Councillor Sims, if I outline a little bit the history of this, had been to fund a particular external provider. So that had been what was initially being proposed. I provided advice to the councillor that we needed to test the market given the amount of money that was being proposed. We needed to do something that would meet our procurement rules because there may be more than one provider or more than one way of delivering it. So we needed to do that if council wasn't going to deliver it in-house. And so this meets the procurement objectives for spending potentially an amount of money, which I haven't put in there quite deliberately because the community may come back and be able to deliver it more cheaply than an in-house option. And so it will be done as quickly as it can, but we do need to follow a procurement process if this is the direction council chooses to take. And staff provided advice and support to draft the motion that we were asked to draft, which is what we do for any of you. It's what we do, and so this is the motion we were asked to help support.
I'm a little bit offended about the conversation around experts in the field because Ms Brown is sitting here in the room with us. I'm very much on board with her utopian view, and I wondered, Ms Brown, if you could talk about your role as lead of Te Karu, which is a nationwide group in working in the homeless space, sharing resources and ideas. So you chair and champion this national directive, is that correct? Could you tell us?
Oh, sorry. And just before Jill answers that, I worked with Jill to craft this. So Jill was well aware of that this was coming, and she provided her expert advice in helping craft it in a way that met various of our requirements. So I in no way was intending to denigrate her fine skills, and I don't think she took it in that way.
Did you want me to outline about Te Karu? Okay, so Te Karu is a nationwide group. I'm the convener, and it's we've got representatives from pretty much every council in the country, and it's all the people who work in the homeless space. So some of us are people like me, so sort of policy geeks, and some of them are working in the security space, and some of them are working in the community partnership space, but it's everybody who has an interest in in the homeless space across the country. We share resources, we share frustrations, we share ideas, and we are beginning to target our various mayors, some of whom are new, to look at a commitment to shelter for as a nationwide group, so that we can start advocating to council, and we've got terms of reference and so on started for that.
I'm just going to call a short adjournment just while we have a little discussion. So I move that we adjourn for 5 minutes until 2:05. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Thank you. please. Meeting to order, and we still had some questions to get through. So, Councillor Weatherall, you were next with questions.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. My question is, are there costs associated with this motion? And if so, where is the money coming from?
Oh, the one up here.
Yeah. So yes, it will be. There will be some costs of staff preparing an EOI, but that would be part of the work that the staff would do. And then, if this was successful and a service was begun in April, the cost until 1 July would be an authorised overspend. I can't say at what quantum, it would depend on what the EOI process said, and then the ongoing service would be built into the budgets from 1 July. So I can't say how much it will be, it'll depend on the nature of the service.
So some doesn't really answer my question. And where is the money coming from?
An authorised overspend comes from exactly that. It's money, it's just, yeah, it would be an authorised overspend for the first period of the program, and then the rest of it would be rates funded from 1 July.
So there will be no impact on rates with this sum of a cost?
Not this year, and any rates impact would be built into the annual plan budgets in the May meeting, because, or maybe even, yeah, probably the May meeting. Yeah, and so there would be, and again, without knowing how much it's going to cost finally, but using the in-house provision, that would be a roughly a 0.1% increase on rates. Roughly, Carolyn? Yeah. So roughly 0.1% on rates, based on the current in-house proposal.
I've got Councillor Ong, Councillor Raddick, Councillor Gary, Councillor Ong.
Are there alternatives in terms of the funding approach that we can look at here?
There are always options around, depending how the service is delivered, about getting sponsorship if it's an NGO, for example, in fundraising. I know that the Night Shelter, for example, gets generous donations from the community. But from a council point of view, we are not able to get donations or that kind of thing, and at the minute there appears to be no appetite from central government to provide councils with funding.
That actually brings me to a question, which is that, can you just explain, there is a service being provided through some funding from government until 1st of July. Can you explain it? My understanding is that it's just for MSD. Can you explain actually what that service is and what it covers?
So it's fair to say it came as a bit of a surprise to all of us in the sector. None of us knew it was coming. And it's a period of funding, as you say, up until the beginning of July, for one staff member to go out and hook people up with MSD, to link them into the MSD services. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Raddick.
Yes. During my Aaron Lodge experience, I did interact with quite a number of providers of assistance to homeless people in Dunedin and also around the country. And you, of course, have dealt with a great many more and an absolute expert in the field. One of the things I noticed, though, is that the various different providers of services have different ways of doing things, and many of them have different ideas about how things should be done. So one of the things that does seem to me with this this other option here on the board is that by calling for expressions of interest from them, we would be able to, tap into their thoughts as to how that would be, how the service would run and how the service would be provided. But given that they will all be observing what is happening with the single person, the person that's doing it at the moment, and knowing your expertise and the reach into council and all of the eyes on the ground that council has. So to me, does it seem like a worthwhile exercise for you to go through this expression of interest process?
I don't think we can comment on that, Councillor. It's for the council to make that decision.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms Brown, the need is now, is it not? Yeah. So we have urgent need now, and I thought we've talked about, colleagues have talked about this for the last 6 months, really, in terms of the election campaign and so forth. Now, would it be true to say that the Otago Housing Alliance, and I do have a level of frustration because not everyone attended that, but if you had, you would have been very clear about the joined-up approach and the commonality in people's views. But is it correct that people in the Alliance and the community are looking to us for leadership? And that is correct, yes. In the short term, we need to lead the way, and then in the medium to long term, that may involve somebody outside, but in the short term, that's what people are expecting.
And I believe I'm going not to speak for Councillor Laffey, so that's why she put the notice of motion up.
Can't see anyone else with their hands up, so I'll just ask a question around I heard you talk earlier about doing it in-house for a period of time and then possibly transitioning to an outreach service. So my first question is around, I saw that there are actually quite a number of councils who funded outreach positions. So did they do it in-house and then fund, so they did it in-house and then funded out-of-house?
Yeah, a number did. Some haven't, but an example would be Wellington. They definitely did, and they fund both sort of a mix between outreach and sort of security to clear their central city space. So there's sort of an unwritten rule that everybody has to be packed up. Who sleeps in the city, everyone has to be packed up and gone by 8:30. So they fund directly a sort of a security group, but that started as a security group. Now they're more of a, come on, we need to take you to A, B, C, D, wherever that is. Sometimes it's the place that offers breakfast, sometimes it's others. But they also fund the downtown city mission. So it's a bit of both.
So I was just thinking there's two things going on here, which is funding urgently and then funding long term. So if it was to look at funding within council, which you say could get up pretty quickly, how long would you think that other councils have demonstrated that they would fund something in-house and then move to a model like the using an outside provider?
I couldn't give you a specific time, but one of the things is about creating the outside or developing some of the outside provider network. So for example, the Downtown City Mission and Home Ground in Auckland, the Downtown City Mission in Wellington, they receive a whole, like a bunch of funding for things like breakfasts and so on. We don't have anything like that in the city. So it's about developing the whole sector, not just the outreach people. If that makes sense.
Okay, is there anybody else? Councillor Ong.
In terms of the external provider, are we able to see and have the end result in terms of the success stories? So we do see the process that takes place. Are you able to communicate the final result on the success stories that we will see?
I think there will be definitely the ability to have some good news stories with whichever way the council decides.
Councillor Mayhem.
Just another question, doubling back to our joined up response across DCC departments. If we had an external outreach, would that be a missing link for us to connect to services? Because I felt like the joined up approach was going to be that the council would be the next step in the outreach to the outsider network, correct?
Yeah, as I noted before, a lot of the information about our homeless folk comes to us anyway. So there is a logic to that information being sorted sort of in-house before it goes out-house. But as I say, you know, this is a decision for you.
Yep, go again.
And would you say, as part of the Housing Alliance, which is, you know, from Bluff to Central and back to Dunedin, however many groups attend, is it 40 something I think you mentioned? Would you say that there is already a network and you know, everyone is on the same page, guided by you in this joined up approach?
Yeah, I'd like to take full credit, but it's not just me. But yeah, there is definitely in the Otago. You're talking about the Otago Housing Alliance, not Te Takaru. Yeah, Otago Housing Alliance has some long-term strategies around or goals around increasing builds and all sorts. So it's not just about looking at homelessness; it's about looking at the whole housing ecosystem. So it's about how do we get everything and everything happening.
I'll just ask my last question. Just around, because I was considering the in-house other, and I didn't have an answer, and probably you don't have an answer about how long would be an appropriate set period to have in-house and then move to an outreach service. Is that an impossible question for you to ask and something that councillors could consider themselves? Okay, thank you.
What I would say, something I'm being asked to work on, I've included the same 3-year period as an initial period, which seems in line with the alternative proposal there. So I've taken that.
Okay, thank you. Right, I have on the board a motion from Councillor Sims and call for a seconder. A seconder by Councillor Lund. And would you like to speak to your resolution? Oh, you want to speak? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Can I just foreshadow that in the event of the failure of this motion, I'll move a motion around option 1.
Okay, and is it able to be sent around?
Yes, it will be if you can give me 2 seconds to turn it into legible.
Okay, thank you. You can begin. Go for it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Barker. I just wanted to clear up a couple of things first from the questions. And the first one, Councillor Lund, certainly the proposal from the Dunedin Night Shelter that I've had for some time involves 2 people, not 1 person, so they're certainly not intending to send 1 person out. They would always send 2 people out for safety reasons. And the second one was, I'm sure it was an honest mistake from Councillor Gary, who said that Mr Mackenzie said we should do an in-house model and then move outside. I think you meant to say Mr Hawkins this morning. Oh, I certainly didn't hear Mr Mackenzie say that.
I didn't either.
Okay, all right, we'll have to go back to the tape. I certainly know that Mr Hawkins did say exactly that this morning, so, okay. I just want to acknowledge the help from Chief Executive Graham last night to crafting this motion, and recognise that the motion has significantly changed from the one that I put forward, and also acknowledge the role of the staff in actually changing that motion to what this one reads today. This motion signals urgency on homelessness, but still gives the council the opportunity to get this right. This motion allows the council to consider an in-house model against the option of funding or partially funding an existing provider to deliver the service based on an agreed level of service, or in fact to consider a hybrid model which might give us the best of both options. There is no reason why an established provider already operating in this space could not work hand in glove with the DCC. One thing we must first agree on is the need for an effective homeless outreach service for Dunedin. This motion allows us to agree on this and then to develop and agree upon the best way to deliver this service to give the best outcomes and the best value for the ratepayers. I think this is particularly important when the council is being required to stand in for the shortcomings of central government. And this point was made earlier today by Mr Hawkins. Mr Hawkins also made an early case for an in-house model, although acknowledged that a community delivery may be the better model in the long run. In response, I would also like to make an early case that some very good reasons also exist for a trusted established provider to deliver this service, working hand in glove with the DCC Housing Policy Advisor. This motion allows all councillors to assess the relative merits of each option that are put before them, and then for them to then choose the best option that is available. I've worked for nearly 12 months with the Dunedin Night Shelter Trust towards the private provision of a homeless outreach service for Dunedin. The Dunedin Night Shelter Trust, as an example, is an established operator already operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including Christmas Day in Dunedin. The Dunedin Night Shelter Trust, as an example, has established relationships with the government departments, with NGOs, with the police, with the whānau shelter, with the DCC, etc. And I'd just like to pick up on one point that was made during the questions. The night shelter already have women that present themselves there, and they have a system involved in then taking those people to the whānau shelter or whatever provider is most appropriate for that. So they are already dealing with the wide range across the community. One of the reasons that I think we need to ask for expressions of interest from outside providers is that many of these providers will be in a better position to deliver this service more cheaply for the ratepayers. And the example being spoken about in terms of the FDE, the night shelter believe they can do this with one full-time equivalent by drawing the second person from their established volunteer base or from their manager or their social worker that are already employed. So they believe they can produce or can provide that second person that is required for any outreach service from within their existing pool. As the Chief Executive mentioned before, commercial sponsorship is available to the Dunedin Night Shelter Trust or an external provider, which is not available to the Council. And in terms of the proposal that I've been working on with the night shelter, they already have a commercial sponsor that's prepared to provide a vehicle and the servicing and the running costs for that vehicle, and also significant expressions of external funding for a 3-year period for this service from other commercial sponsors. As I learned during the rebuild of the night shelter, sourcing money from the community for the community to solve the homeless problem or to work towards solving the homeless problem is the easiest thing in the world. People were absolutely supporting that rebuild, and even squabbling over who was going to provide the most support. So I think there is broad recognition amongst the community that this issue in Dunedin needs to be dealt with before it gets out of control. The discussions that I've had with the Dunedin Night Shelter Trust, and there will be other providers that are in this space as well, is that we could provide this service for just under $100,000 a year and provide that coverage. But I understand that councillors will want to see the proposal and to judge that against what the alternatives are. I think the other key point is that the night shelter assure me that they could be up and running in 2 months' time. So if urgency is the issue, I think that is the shortest cut to being up and running. This motion is important because it signals to the community, the potential providers and the homeless whānau that this council is acting with urgency and with concern for this issue. This week we heard of a lady living in a car with a baby. Last month we heard of a lady living in abandoned farm buildings on the Taieri. We need the ability to get to these people and ensure that they can access the help and the services that they require. That sort of thing is not what I expect in my hometown. I don't think this motion, I don't think this issue can wait, and I sincerely hope that all councillors will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhem, then Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you, Your Worship. Homelessness is an issue, and better housing, homeless issues and better housing for our residents is a collective responsibility. Any delay to this is of concern to me. We need urgent and immediate action. We've got limited resources and we need an integrated long-term plan future focused on our community's well-being. At the moment, we've got a lot of work to do with limited resources, and we really need to focus on supporting those with the greatest need. We need financial resourcing, advocacy, innovation and careful research. We heard from Mr Hawkins today, and he urged us not to sit on our hands but to be direct and take urgent action. David McKenzie told us that post-winter is the busiest time at the night shelter. They have increased staff and support, but not the reaching out aspect. They do their best to connect to agencies, but a worker focused on this would be incredibly valuable. Currently, Paul from Catholic Social Services is overwhelmed with the challenges. It's a huge problem. We're talking big picture stuff. He also stressed what we know about the hidden stats, that the number of women who sleep rough. Mr McKenzie told us they only see women at the night shelter when things have gone really wrong for them. We heard from our wonderful expert, Ms Brown, about physically or mentally. Ms Brown has a holistic approach and is leading Te Karu, the nationwide group which is involved in the homeless space and sharing of resources and ideas. Ms Brown, you are so much more than a policy geek. We are very fortunate to have such an incredible, big-hearted person at the helm. The aim is functional zero, where more people go out of homelessness than come into it. She mentioned that she works very closely with the night shelter, and I'd go further to say she's already providing unfunded outreach and she desperately needs some support. Ms Brown also provided updates about the recent initiatives being worked on, Orange Sky facilities coming to town, and the joined up response across our DCC departments, one that is tactful and sympathetic to the needs of our most vulnerable, that is to connect them to services and the outsider network. Children and young people without shelter are a priority. We learnt this week about 2 mothers with newborn babies sleeping in their cars and a family of 7 sleeping in 2 cars. From our August Housing Alliance meeting, it was unanimous the need for an outreach, as stated earlier. And here are some sobering statistics on our housing waiting list. Over 200 on DCC housing, 300, this is from August, 372 on the MSD lists, in emergency or temporary housing, 933, in a shared home environment, 792. In uninhabitable homes, 2,100. So that is 4,092 across Otago. I think that we all need to show leadership and support an outreach program, support the Housing Alliance group, and I believe where there's a will, there's a way, and I very much hold in my mind the jewel of Ms. Brown's utopian vision. Never give up, especially around advocating for our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
I don't disagree. Councillor Sim's proposal was one that in the past I was wary of, and it was because of what he's highlighted, in that what we would be doing here is essentially standing in for the shortcomings of central government, and us using ratepayers' money when we're already paying taxpayers' money would have been reason enough for me to not want to go with this motion. The other reason is, or has been in the past, that the DCC doesn't have the mental health expertise that is needed and that underpins much homelessness. Why I'm changing my mind and why I will support this motion is because what this motion does, I think, is gives us potentially the best of both worlds. It allows the outside providers that have expertise that we don't to be very much involved. It also facilitates quite easily local commercial sponsors, and I think a car was already mentioned, a very important thing to have. And it also has the night shelters expertise very much at its centre, and the ability for them to be able to get this up and running inside 2 months. All of these things, I believe, add up to a win-win situation, despite the fact that we would still be standing in for the shortcomings of central government. This has been an issue which we have grappled with. We've tried to do it in different ways. Ex-Mayor Raddick has tried hard to get some housing organised that didn't work out in Kaikoura Valley Road. To me, this is practical. This allows the DCC and external providers to do something quickly, and brings the expertise from both to bear. For those reasons, I can happily support this.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously this is not the motion I thought we'd be debating this afternoon, but it's very good to see that it's strongly supporting the establishing of a housing outreach service in the city. Mentioning options of privatisation or perhaps subsidising charitable organisations using council money. And we look around the country, and that's what happens in other places, Christchurch, other cities. And I remember the public approached me and said that I was talking about this paper that was coming up today about housing, about homelessness, and said to me, "Oh, isn't that something for charities to deal with?" And I thought, well, it might be in other places, but this city, consider perhaps part of council core business to look after, to deal with this problem of homelessness and housing in the city, and they've got to prepare to put some money into it and build up an experienced team to work with the other agencies and address the problem with a matter of urgency. And I think it's about the values of Dunedin as a city. Is Dunedin a city where we care about our people, and we put council money into addressing problems like this, working with other agencies, as opposed to hiving it out, privatising it. And that's all I have to say.
Councillor Raddick.
Thank you. One thing is clear from the debate so far, and our questions and the motions that we can see in our papers and on the board, is that council is committed to doing something about the homelessness situation. All councillors, it appears to me, to my ears, are committed and keen to do something. And so the next question is how to do it right. How to do it in the most effective but also efficient manner how to do our best when it comes to the homeless situation. As I've said, I put quite a lot of effort into it, many hours and a lot of discussion with a whole range of community providers. And we've already had some discussion today about community providers. So there is a strong feeling around the table that community providers know what's best when it comes to grants and performing arts. So the same goes, there's a lot of parallels when it comes to community providers and homelessness and actually being on the ground doing the mahi out there in the community. And we have several in the city that are doing great jobs out there, great work out in the community, and they have large resources and large teams and large facilities. And by going to the range of providers of services for people in need in our community and asking them for their expressions of interest, we'll naturally get suggestions, useful ideas and different ideas to what we will have thought of, and I think there's a lot of value in that. And the first thing is that housing providers out there have a range of housing providers have the range of destinations. They have the shelter to provide. So it's one thing for us as council, we have eyes on the ground who are out there and identify people and locate people and pass that information on. We can find out where people are, but that's relatively straightforward. It's easy to point at the problem and find the problem. The key is to do something about it at the other end, to provide that range of shelter, that range of destinations for people to go to. But of course, in addition to that, those community providers have a great number of people within their ranks. So they have a range of paid workers and volunteers. So they have backup, they have support. They can send out 1, 2 or 3 or 4 people into the field as required, but they will keep up the continuity of the service very easily. They also have instant food. They have food banks, resources right there at their fingertips. They know where to get the food. And so, food and shelter are pretty important items for those people that find themselves in need. They also have access to a range of in-house health providers, whether that be mental health or physical health. They have physicians and nurses and professionals of all sorts that can provide instant support for those people. So these are the community service providers are the ones who can provide the solutions. And they also have a range of direct interventions, whether it be a bed at the night shelter or a Kainga Ora house or a room at a boarding house or whatever. They are constantly in touch with those provisions, those places of shelter, and are quickly able to get someone located where they need to be with the least amount of people in the chain of between identification and intervention. And last, but most certainly not least, they have the greatest range of co-funding. Council has not proven itself adept at getting government funding for such things, and neither are we likely to attract sponsorship funding. But the community providers of these resources are able to. They've just proven it by getting a first outreach person up and running, outreach provider. And I think it would be a great benefit to council to to get their expressions of interest so that we're much better informed as to the decision we make. And they may make a suggestion that council do it initially or that they do it initially or whoever, but I think we need to do it right, and so we need to have a decent amount of information at our fingertips so that we can make that decision because there's it's a significant amount of money that we're looking for.
Thank you, Councillor Reddick. Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koe, Your Worship. Again, just want to echo the sentiment that it's wonderful to see us all in agreement about the urgency and committing to an outreach service of some sort. I think we're also in agreement with a statement made today by Mr. Hawkins that the government is not going to be what saves us here. We've also talked a lot about a council, about the need to think about our tamariki and our mokopuna. And if we are to think intergenerationally, we can't also rely on the consistent and available generosity of private donors. Homelessness, to some degree, will always be a part of the city. And the most stable way we can provide support going forward is by developing our capacity in-house to deal with that. My interest in developing that strength at this time. Kia ora.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I believe the homeless problem in Dunedin is out of control. Outreach services are proven. Outreach services like the night shelter trust are proven and would be far more cost effective than an in-house service, costing $270,000 to support 2 full-time staff. I repeat, $270,000 with minimal operational costs. The need for community connection with individuals who are disconnected from traditional support systems has never been greater. Is support funding for the homeless a central government responsibility? Absolutely. Should the financial responsibility fall on council and the ratepayer? No, it should not. However, we do have a budgeted grants budget with millions of dollars to support our community. And if distribution of these funds were truly distributed by priority, support for the homeless would be a top priority. So I'm all for support for the homeless coming out of grants, which would be a cheaper process if we could go through a suitable external provider. However, I do not want this motion to have a negative impact on rates down the track. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Sophie. And thanks to the CEO for circulating Councillor Lefiso's subsequent motion should this fail. I hope we've all seen that. Listen, I'm just repeating the obvious here that homelessness is a hugely complicated and convoluted issue, and no country, town, city across the world has come up with a solution or a cure yet. And this discussion today is interesting because, as Councillor Treadwell says, we all sort of agree that we want a solution, which is an outreach service. We've got a wee bit, I guess, bogged down and how we get there. There was plenty of discussion, I remember, during the recent election around homelessness. So now, I guess, is the chance for all of us collectively to walk the talk. And it's clear to me from the answers to my questions and my observations of the work that stemmed from the Housing Action Plan that the best way forward is to fund the in-house model, embed a coordinated approach to the work across various council departments, and as I mentioned earlier, that can only really be done from the inside, and thereafter look to transition over the medium to longer term to an established, trusted provider based in the community when they are ready to lead that service. So if the subsequent motion of this one fails, fits my thinking, so I won't be voting for this, but will fully support the subsequent motion.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is one of those debates where I sit here and think about how I wish everybody had attended the last Otago Housing Alliance hui, because we've gone down some paths that are simply not correct in terms of being factual or very well-meaning. And I applaud colleagues for the very focused application around addressing homelessness. We had a lot of kōrero through the kōrero through the election campaign about this. I don't think anyone said it wasn't an issue. I don't frame it as a problem. I think that's really unhelpful, to be honest, because we're dealing with our most vulnerable, and how we talk about that is really important. And I know that some councillors around the table have more experience of interacting with various agencies than others, but what I heard at the Otago Community Alliance, where all of these groups were present and Ms. Brown presented, and I watched the respect for her national role, and her incredible depth of knowledge and connectedness with the groups, that the community who are on the front line were looking to us for leadership, and that's what you have the opportunity to show today. So this requires a bold, courageous decision, and yes, it will involve money, because bold, courageous decisions often do, but we need to put our money where our mouth is. So I would be supporting not this motion. What I will be supporting is the foreshadowed motion. And why is that? Because what I have heard from the community that works in this space, that they're looking for us to do this in-house as a starting point, and then in the longer term move to an external provider. And that is what I've heard, that is what I got from the report, that is what the intent of the original notice of motion was from Councillor Lafiso, who, by the way, this is in her portfolio, and we've heard that there's a logic in that, given the connections that the DCC has and the way that it often comes to us. And there's a lot of people in the community who are looking to us to do something. And this is the day when we need to make that decision. Thank you.
Councillor Lafiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I would just like to say that, as I've said earlier, that I will not be supporting this motion. I do applaud Councillor Sims's efforts to get something done, but for me, option one and the foreshadow motion that has been circulated, acknowledgements to the staff for that. For me, it is about urgency. It needed this outreach service needed to be built yesterday, and as Ms. Brown said, my notice of motion, which was to a pre-election, I think it was the October meeting, resulted from our attendance at the August meeting of the Otago Housing Alliance, where we were really all excited. There were about, 40 of us in the room from all over the region, and people have been doing the mahi and the advocacy for a number of years together in partnership. And so we were really excited to hear about the mahi that has been done by various rōpū across the community housing Aotearoa, to hear from Tai Tokerau agencies who are as tangata whenua or mana whenua of that area, engaging deeply with the data, so they've got real up to the minute data about homelessness, the unhoused whānau and whanauka. So that's some sort of context. So to me, it's frustrating that we haven't been able to give the staff the resources to build this service in-house initially. I'm so frustrated. My thoughts are all over the place. But I just want to comment on something that a political economist from New Zealand, Aotearoa, Bernard Hickey, said earlier this year. We no longer have a New Zealand economy. We have a housing market with a few add-ons. So we have to acknowledge this so-called complex program. People say it's complex. It's not complex for me, because this is about the commodification since the 80s of education, of health, of welfare and housing. And yes, governments of either stripe are not doing enough or are not interested in solving the problem. And as I've said in previous debates, the last triennium, Minister Tama Puata said he was not interested, his cabinet was not interested in solving homelessness this time around. So I just want to acknowledge again the Housing Alliance, Ms. Brown. I really love and endorse Jill's Utopia. I think if we had the political will, we could solve being unhoused for children, for their mothers, for women aged over in their 50s. And as Jill said, because of our lack of lived experience or lack of connections, we councillors may think that this affects only certain parts of the population. It affects a lot. But most of all, it affects ordinary, mainstream Pākehā people in the main. Māori and Pasifika are mostly affected in terms of sharing. People who are living with their wider whānau, because of course that's what you do when you don't have the resources. You live with your whānau in Māori and Pasifika. But I'm appealing to us to do it today. It can be set up and running, as Ms. Brown said, by February. It needs to be done. Not in April, but today. Kia ora.
Councillor Lund.
I've had some experience with homeless people. I live it every day. I go downstairs and I have to break up the confrontations. I hear the arguments, the challenges, and I see what the Salvation Army does is just one example of an NGO that's in the homeless space. And I know with absolute certainty that it displays a certain level of naivety that we think that a council can go from zero to providing the same sort of amazing wraparound services and outreach that they provide, or any one of a number of other NGOs. You've heard from Councillor Sims about the compelling advantages in terms of cost and efficiency, and I've heard a lot today about the Alliance and the Hui and how the council has been looked to for leadership in this space. Well, that may be so from the Housing Alliance, but from the ratepayers' point of view, they want a result on homelessness at the most efficient cost and at the best delivery. And I've heard today Councillor Walker say several times that he is passionate about grant funding and funding from non-council organisations. He said it's irrefutable and by any metric available that the funding is more effective and better utilised when it's used in those channels. So I would urge councillors to all we're asking here with this amendment is to line up the two proposals side by side. And yes, it can be done urgently. There's no reason it needs to take until March or whenever. But I believe that we need to consider this. It would be a travesty to look at the NGOs that operate in Dunedin, who are doing a fantastic job, and look them in the eye and then turn their back on them and say, we're not even going to give you a chance to help address what you already do day in and day out.
Thank you. I'll just have some words. It's good around the table that we all want the same thing, zero functional homeless, and we've been working on the Housing Action Plan since, I think, 2022. They important to deliver the outreach service. We've certainly agreed on that, and I respect Councillor Sims' work and commitment to ending homelessness as well, and I certainly heard that on the as we went around the elections. I think the challenge is around it's the how, and I'm not an expert in this field, and I had a few challenges getting my questions answered to understand what it all looked like. I think that what we do need careful considered decision making that embeds the community support, and we've heard that there are a number of providers already in this field, and that is not something that I completely understand, but I want to know more information. We heard this morning about working in partnership with our community groups, so I take that on board, and the community providers as well. I do agree that we should be working with a local provider, and that was interesting about how the MSD funding was happening as well until the end of July. And I know we've talked about the night shelter, but there are other organisations out there that are also delivering those services. We know how hard it is in the sector. We've certainly heard that loud and clear. I voted last time to support back in September, to support an outreach service, and as I think I've talked about, we need to find the most appropriate delivery vehicle. So we heard today about in-house, and I asked some questions about how long would it stay in-house before it went out of house. So I'd like to support both motions. I will support this at the start because I believe that that gives us the chance to look at both alongside each other, alongside the in-house option and the decision on a preferred provider or model, because for me, I don't understand enough about it to feel that I'm making a very robust decision without having those models lined up side by side. And when we talk about the urgency was between February and April, but I consider that we need to make the right decision rather than the fast decision, because yes, we need to have zero functional homelessness, and it is about how we go about it and how we work in partnership with our community, with the experts in this field. So I'll give you, nobody else wishes to speak, I'll write a reply.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor Sophie. Look, I just want to highlight what I've heard. I think we've got unanimous agreement that this council has a role to play in dealing with homelessness in Dunedin. And I'm hugely encouraged by that. I think it is vital that this council provides leadership, and I agree entirely with those councillors that have made that point. I think that's absolutely essential. What my motion does is it allows the council to consider an in-house model. So we might end up exactly where the foreshadowed motion is, if that's the best option. We're not shutting the door on that option today at all. We might be better with a funded or partially funding an existing provider like the night shelter, like the Salvation Army, like Catholic Social Support, whoever. But I think we might also be better with a hybrid model. And one thing that was discussed during the crafting of this motion was that the option of the council embedding a staff member into another provider, and that then model giving us the ability to have Jill and her team have complete control and coordination with that person, but that person would be working out of the Salvation Army or out of the night shelter or whatever it is. But what I'm really cautious about here is I don't think we should shut the door on the options, and I see the foreshadowed motion shutting the door on the options of going outside. I know that I can get together EOIs from providers by Christmas. So, you know, at least one is ready to go now with an EOI. So, you know, I just don't believe that today we should shut the door on the options that are available. We may well end up back with a full in-house model. But let's see what's out there, and let's see if a hybrid model can be developed that gives us the best of both worlds. And I don't want that door to close today, which is why I'm really pleading for your support on this motion here. Thank you.
Right, I'll move the motion, assuming it's by division. Thank you, Lynn.
Councillor Chambers.
Madam Chair, could we take it in parts, so A first and then B, C, D?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So you want B, C, D all together, so A? B.
So A probably would be...
Okay, I'll take A by affirmation. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I'll take B, C and D by division.
Councillor Chambers.
No.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Lafiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Lund.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor Ong.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Sims.
Aye.
Councillor Treadwell.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye.
Carried 8-7.
Okay, I'll now call for an adjournment until 3:15, and seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour? Anyone against? And just to remind councillors that after that we still have 11 items left on the agenda, so I will confer with the Chief Executive. If anybody needs to finish it early, and I'm not saying if anybody needs to leave, perhaps before 7 p.m, please let me know. Oh, you're going to tell the cameras. Thank you. The Ōtepoti Youth Action Plan. I will welcome Ms Miranda and Ms Huako to the table, please. Kia ora koroa, do you have any opening comments?
Kia ora, Mayor Sophie. I just have a couple. The first one is that just about the name of the Youth Action Plan. This, at the moment, consider this as a placeholder, that if it was approved, this will be worked out with young people themselves, but we have to write something, so please just see that as a placeholder for now. The other comment I just want to make, and thank you, Mayor Sophie, for a reminder of the 2007 Youth Implementation Plan, which is still on our website. I think the rationale's clear in the paper that what we're looking for is is an opportunity to refresh this, but I also just want to say that staff are really aware that it's been such a big couple of weeks around the youth sector. We've had tears over the closing of Southern Youth Development as a city. We really we acknowledge that loss, and we've had celebrations. We've had Tamariki Together open their doors last month, and we've had that investment come through to Te Hauora. So it's been a roller coaster of mixed emotions around the youth sector. So I just want a chance to acknowledge that and to give councillors some confidence that we're aware of that, and it just depends from the direction today around how we might try and get a handle on this part of the sector going forward. So that's it.
Kia ora, thank you. Does anyone have questions? Just have one question. Could you, because I saw Tamariki Together at the Business After 5 function last night, but could you tell me a little bit more about what they do?
I don't know if I could go into any more than what's being put out in the media, but Tamariki Together has opened like a youth hub down at the end of the bus station there, and they are offering a variety of youth experiences and youth support, and some of that's youth led. I would say they're still they're new, and but I haven't yet had a chance to engage with their trustees as of yet.
Thank you. Has anyone thought of any questions in the meantime? Okay, Councillor Treadwell, you've indicated a willingness to move.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, and tēnā kōrua. First, I'd just like to thank staff, as well as those involved with Ōtepoti Youth Vision and all the other contributors to and participants in the 2023-24 Rakatahi survey. In particular, appreciating the consideration of the local context and the cultural background of participants, and how the questions are very clearly explained in the report. As a new councillor, in that regard, it was a joy to read. Though there are some confronting and unsurprising statistics in there. The prevalence of eco-anxiety among participants, social media use being the second highest leisure activity for those surveyed, and the anecdote that many of these participants are facing so much financial pressure outside of their school hours that they have little that they can do apart from work. And these are all pretty grim signs of the times. But on the whole, it was actually a really hopeful and positive look at the rakatahi in our city. The things that our young people are looking for are the same practical human things as everyone else. They want more opportunities to connect with other people like themselves. They want safe public spaces to do so. They want help finding work. They want help with career development, which is a horribly mature consideration in my view. But perhaps most notably, more than half, I think it's 53% of participants saw themselves as potential rakatira in their communities if given the opportunity to develop those leadership skills. Now, I think all of us around the table are well aware of how little our young people are actually involved in the operation of local government. And while approving the development of this plan is a small step, It's my hope that it can initiate a more substantial change to the relationship between the council and our future governors, the Rakatahi of Otipoti. So I move that we approve the development of this plan. Ka mihi.
Councillor Walker, would you like to second that? Thank you. Yes, of course you can. Did you want to speak to him?
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just wanted to add that after that a beautiful commentary from Councillor Treadwell, I'm very proud to be to know that this will be coming under the portfolio that myself and Councillor Treadwell will be leading on, and it's also doubly joyous to be sitting around the table where we have one councillor that has a 3 in front of his age and not a 3 behind it. So that's all very positive for our youth moving forward.
Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I support this wholeheartedly. We need to have a planned approach to supporting our youth development, our young leaders, and very future focused. I support investing in these meaningful opportunities and outcomes. Some of the priorities are growing youth leadership capability, strengthening youth input into council activities and services, delivering youth-focused civics education, supporting youth-led events such as DYC, continuing to work with youth providers to explore a youth hub for inclusion in our long-term plan, and other areas that require health, social sector support will be addressed through these community grants and advocacy, recognising that we have limited scope in these domains. And I think this is very important because for a long time we've been hearing from our youth that they don't feel safe in the city, that they need a place to gather. And I'd also like to acknowledge the recent achievements of the Dunedin Mirror program in receiving a business award for the mahi that they do in the city, and that does not go unnoticed by us here at the table. So I look forward to the development of a new approach where we uplift our young people because they are our city's future. Kia ora.
Your right of reply. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It feels to me like this is in good hands from a staff perspective and from a councillor perspective, and I look forward to seeing this develop. I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge somebody that won't be known to most of you, but certainly a couple of members of staff, including Ms Phillips and Dr Tamimi, met with this person in the last triennium, and her name is Maureen Carruth, and she now lives in Christchurch, and she's not at all well. I'm going to see her at the weekend. But the reason I'm mentioning Maureen is because she initiated the Dunedin Youth Council back in the day and was extremely proud to see how it has evolved and was able to share those thoughts and memories and reflections with the staff who are now involved with the Youth Council. It's always been a real joy of mine to go and attend Youth Council hui and to support them in their work. So I did just want to take the time to mention Mrs Carruth.
Your right of reply, Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, and ka mihi to Councillors Mayhem, Walker and Gary. Yeah, I believe we have an ethical obligation to develop this youth action plan because it serves our rakatahi, but also anything that benefits our rakatahi benefits their communities and thereby benefits the city as a whole. I think it should be uncontroversial that we endorse and develop the Otipoti Youth Plan. Ka mihi mai oha.
Kia ora, I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Abstentions? That is carried. So we'll move to item 16, the Residents' Opinion Survey Quarterly Update, July to September 2025. Ms Moran and Ms Wesley Smith will speak to the report. Kia ora.
Kia ora, councillors. Just a couple of prefacing comments for you all. The first one being there is a bit of a formatting error. So in the executive summary, point 4 should actually be a bullet point sitting under point 3. The second is in points 12 and points 19, I just want to clarify the quarterly results a little bit. So the quarterly results show 200. Sorry, excuse me, I just went upstairs.
Do you want some water?
Show that 297 people responded to the residents' opinion survey. So these, for quarterly results, these are not weighted against the census data. So the results in this report are reflective of the views of 297 people and are not necessarily the views of the Dunedin City.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Vandervis.
You say they're not necessarily representative of the results of the people of Dunedin, but surely the whole purpose of doing this survey is to get an idea of what's representative of all the people of Dunedin. You can't interview 130,000 of them. What is the purpose of your comment that this may not be representative?
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. I'll maybe just clarify what I mean. So the annual results that are presented are reflected of the views of the city because they are weighted against census data, whereas the quarterly results don't have that same weighting applied. So we're presenting the results that have been collected from the number of respondents that replied within the quarter July to September.
And how does that number relate to any other quarter? Is it significantly down? Or is it similar?
In the previous quarter, the fourth quarter of the 24-25 year, the numbers, I believe, were around the 500 mark. That was a little unusual due to changing from one supplier to another. The old supplier pushed through a number of surveys that would have been counted in the next quarter, but they added them to that previous quarter, so that was a little unusual. Generally, for an annual report, we're looking for about 1,200 as a minimum to be able to weight against the census data.
So this quarterly number is actually fairly standard. Thank you.
Councillor Raddick, then Councillor Lund.
So when you say it's not weighted against the census data, would you be more selective about responses, or categorise some responses when it comes to collating the annual data?
No, we just present what we have, what we receive.
So would you characterise this data as more raw data then, or is just a smaller sample?
The sample size is quite usual for what we collect in each quarter. So the difference being with compared to the annual results is the annual collects all of the responses over the full year, and then it's weighted against the census to give a much more comprehensive understanding of what the residents of Dunedin are saying.
I've forgotten what it was.
Oh, Councillor Lund can ask this question while perhaps you remember. Councillor Lund.
Can you firstly just explain what you mean by weighted against the census?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to do my best. I'm not a statistician, so I'm probably not going to use the right terminology. If it's helpful, we could possibly find a definition, because I don't want to steer you wrong on the answer. The way that I understand that social research happens, and this happens with polls right across the country, is people are selected to respond to specific questions, and then they're weighted to the demographics per, as an example, maybe per region. So then they can calculate the responses are reflective of that demographic within that region. Again, I'm not a social researcher or statistician, so I'm not 100% sure on that definition. That's my best understanding.
Thank you. Just following on from what you'd mentioned about that you're seeking 1,200 responses, that would indicate per annum that it's about 300 per quarter, which is what we have. So it's, yes, it's down on the June quarter, but it's about in line. And my next question is, from a historical perspective, do we know, the current rating of 17% for council? Has it ever been worse? Is this a low point, or what context can we put it in?
So to first answer your question around the responses and quarterly results, we've only been producing quarterly reports since February 2023, so we can't offer a comparison on particular satisfaction measures for quarterly results over a period of time. With the satisfaction with City Council leadership over time, there was the annual results for 24-25 were released in October. So they are available on the website and you will be able to access them, which will show that particular response that you're looking for.
Councillor Raddick, you remembered your question?
Oh yeah, was it not a different provider, company that did the measurement this time? And so, given that there's a different provider, do you think there's any difference in the methodology?
Thank you, Councillor Raddick. Yes, it is. This is under the new provider. We've partnered with Enlighten Me. We've also, as indicated in the report, we've made some slight tweaks to the questionnaire. As an example, we've used the Leichhardt scale, which measures 1 to 5 rather than 1 to 10, as happened with the previous supplier. So that's that part. The second part, I couldn't say, and I don't believe that there are significant changes due to a supplier change. We did have a look to see around a supplier change last time to see if there were results that had changed quite significantly, but we couldn't see that.
I'm going to jump in with a technical question now because I'd forgotten that we had changed the scale, and I remember if people do go back, like Councillor Lund might go back to, I think it changed in 2019, the first scale change, and then there was a significant drop in satisfaction. So I am concerned about if we're using a different scale that might be impacting on satisfaction, and I can't draw any conclusions around that, but I just wonder whether we might be able to get more information on that change in the scaling and how it could affect some of the results, which do seem to be different from before.
I think we'll have a look into that for you. When we partnered with Enlighten Me, the new supplier, there was some robust discussion around this particular tweaking of the scale, and from our perspective, we hadn't anticipated that this would result in kind of significant changes to the reporting structure, but I'll follow that up.
Because those are significant decreases, so I wonder if the scale has affected it like it did back in 2019. Councillor Raddick.
Another question. It tends, by the look of the results, it tends to measure dissatisfaction quite often as opposed to satisfaction. So there seems to be a fundamental difference in the questions as far as that goes. Do you think, is that correct? Am I correct in saying that? And do you think that's made a difference?
I don't think there's been a fundamental change in the way that we measure satisfaction or dissatisfaction.
The way the question might be asked, because dissatisfaction is mentioned much more often than satisfaction. So the level of dissatisfaction with planning and urban design has significantly increased. So for instance, that's just what happens to be on my screen at the moment.
That may be just the way that we've written the report, because there haven't been any material changes to the questions. Yeah.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie, and thanks Ms Wesley Smith and Ms Moran. Is there an opportunity within the survey for people to make comments, and if they do make comments, are those comments captured? And the reason that I ask that question is that often in these types of surveys there is a summary of the responses that can give could give councillors a bit of a lead as to what's driving the level of dissatisfaction.
Thank you, Councillor. We do collect qualitative and quantitative data, so we do have verbatim comments, which can be emailed through.
Are there any more questions? Okay, I will move. Thank you. Kia ora. I'll move that Council notes the Residents' Opinion Survey quarterly results for the period of July to September 2025, notes the previous contract But the residents' opinion survey expired on the 31st of August with no further extensions. The open market procurement plan has now been completed and a new contract has been signed. C, notes the ROS questionnaire has been updated to reflect the measures for levels of service statements, which I wonder if we should spell out, as adopted by Council in the 9-year plan 2025-34, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. And I'll just make a few comments on this. I do think that I was one of the people that really wanted quarterly reports. However, when we're looking at a 6% margin of error, it's very challenging to actually wonder about some of those changes in the statistics that we're seeing. I'm also concerned that there was a change in the scale from 1 to 10 to 1 to 5, and when I remember flagging this, we made a decision to change the scale or change the questions, change the scale I think it was, back in 2019, and there was a significant dip in satisfaction because there is a real challenge around the measurements, and I would like us to take another look at that and also to consider. Now, I know I was a proponent of the value of getting these quarterly about whether they are giving us information, and I note Councillor Sim's question around the comments, because the value is actually in the comments. We can see trends over time, but if we actually understand what's behind the trends, that's really important. I did actually go back to previous residents' opinion surveys, and I did see that there was a pattern of low satisfaction just before the elections, and that happens in the electioneering period because unfortunately everyone is talking about the current councillors and what job they may or may not do well. So it usually bounces back after the election, and that's an opportunity for all of us around the table to manage our performance and to perform well for our community, because I would like to see those results and trust and confidence in council going up. I do absolutely believe that the ROS Residents' Opinion Survey is a really important thing that we do to inform us of our focus on the issues affecting our residents, and I am very used to satisfaction surveys, having worked in the hospitality industry as well, and if we haven't got happy customers then we don't have we will still have an organisation of business, so to speak. Councillor Weather, I see you would like to flag something.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Personally, I feel opinion surveys are a complete waste of time and money. Their results change nothing. Elections do. If these results are accurate, I guess the residents have shown their frustrations at the voting box. Time will tell if approval ratings of councillors will increase across the country over the next 3 years. I suspect not. Thank you.
Councillor Raddock.
Well, this is one of the very few scientific surveys that council runs, so I think it is actually important that we take note of it. But I do echo the Mayor's comments that at election time, election time has a strong influence on the results, and I note that value for money of DCC services, despite them being much the same, decreased by 9%, and the level of satisfaction with what DCC provides decreased by 12%. Performance of mayor and councillors decreased 10%, only 10%, but the level of performance of community board members decreased 16%. So the community is very concerned about all of these elements of what they're getting from DCC and their elected representatives, but at least we're probably the lesser end of that bad scale. Thank you.
Councillor Lund.
I would, Mayor Sophie, I would disagree with your characterisation that it's due to the election campaigns that causes the dip in dissatisfaction. I would put it to the council that it's because it's probably the only time that the electorate focuses on what's happening with council in any detail, because they're too busy with living life and making ends meet. I took the liberty of looking at some other council metrics last night, and I think particularly for returning councillors, I think that we should all look in the mirror, because I couldn't find another council with an approval rating of 17%. Invercargill's council rating was more than double at 37%. It was on the increase, even given some well publicised problems with the council. The Nelson Council, a unitary authority, was the highest in New Zealand at 59%, and the Napier Council was at 31% with a slight drop. So for us to say that to make excuses that the fact that we've got this abysmally low 17%, we all need to look in the mirror and realise there's just been an election, and we just signed an oath a couple of weeks ago to serve Dunedin in the best interest of the ratepayer, and I would say at 17%, we're not getting through to 83% of those people. They do not think we are doing a good job.
Councillor Gary.
On a slightly different topic, Madam Chair, just note that we agreed yesterday, for those of us who were in the room, around noting reports.
Yes, and the timeliness would be useful. Thank you. Would anybody else? Councillor Sims.
Sorry, just very quickly. I urge everybody to stare this in the face. Don't look away. Don't look for reasons. Stare it in the face, and I think realise that the people in this room can do a whole lot better, and I look forward to a much better result going forward from here under your leadership, Mayor Barker.
Kia ora. Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. If we are treating this with the utmost seriousness, I would just like to give massive applause to the Parks team, who evidently have done an amazing job.
True.
Ka mihi.
Kia ora. I will put them. My right of reply. I just want to say yes. We all do need to look in the mirror, and this is on us. And let's hope for a better result in the future. And we will certainly be looking at the methodology as well. Right. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those against, abstentions. That is carried. Now I just need to move that the council extends the meeting beyond 6 hours. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Move on to item 17, the New Zealand Masters Games Statement of Intent and Service Level Agreement, and I welcome Ms Sutton and Ms Kistler to the table to speak to the report. Kia ora koroa, do you have any opening comments?
Kia ora, just take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does any Councillor Walker?
Just for clarification, we've all read this obviously, and it's just detailing very, very minor changes to both the SLA and the SOI, yeah? Yep. I'm also happy to move it.
Thank you. Happy to second. Are there any other questions? Councillor Lucas. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm a track changes gal, so my question is on page 196, where in the service level agreement we talk about all major festivals and events will attract an audience of participation of at least 5,000 people, but we're setting our expectations at 3,800. So I'm just, how does that meet our, if we're setting the service level agreement up for 5,000 and we're saying we're not even attempting to get anywhere near that number?
We would like to attempt to get to that number, but the 3,800 was for our budgeting purposes, so that we made sure that we were trying to get a break-even budget, and that we are marketing obviously to try and achieve a higher number. But we wanted to make sure that we didn't overestimate the amount of people who were coming and attending the event.
Thank you. I've got a follow-up question, but I think it's relevant for the next paper, so I'll leave it to the next paper. Thank you.
Councillor Lund.
When was the last time that the Games had the 5,000 participants?
That was in 2020.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Ong.
Can you just give a brief on the relationship going forward with the stadium, airport and tourism through Enterprise Dunedin? The opportunity going forward there, please.
I guess, Councillor, thank you for the question. It's a little bit irrelevant, but to answer your question in simple terms, we have very very strong relationships with Stadium. We often collaborate with them on the delivery of events across the city. Equally with the airport, we play a role in bringing the airlines into the city.
If I were just to say that promoting economic development, it is not irrelevant. The Masters Games is that opportunity to promote economic development across the different council entities that we have, the different council commercial entities.
Thank you. Councillor Lund?
Sharon, it's okay if I call you Sharon?
I think we use Ms. Sutton, yeah, thank you.
Just on page 188, it talks about the goal for the major economic events, where every dollar invested by council should yield a $20 return. Now, the total investment by council in the Masters Games is just a bit over $300,000, which would indicate that our target, and that includes the staff members' time, which would indicate that we're looking for an economic impact of $6 million, but we've only got 3.2 as the target.
Councillor, the grant from the Dunedin City Council over the biennial event is $187,346,000.
That's correct, but that does not include the staff members' time. So the total cost to council is actually $300,000.
So that the grant that comes to the Masters Games covers my overheads and costs for the games manager. The staff costs are recuperated from the City Council recuperates the costs of the other staff, so the Masters Games Trust pays back the City Council for those staff.
Understood, thank you. But it means that we do have we're not quite there in terms of the target. We should be about 3.7 million, we're 3.2.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Walker, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I'm aware of the time of the day, and as I mentioned, this is basically just a number of minor changes, and I'll assume you've all read it, to the SOI and the SLA, and I presume there'll be further, probably more robust discussion on the next paper, so I won't go through them. We've updated the definition of regional events, the additional member of the board in New Zealand, and things like the online registration system have been updated, so it's fairly straightforward to me.
Thank you. Anyone else? Therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions, that is carried, and I guess you will remain at the table. Thank you. For the next report, the Masters Games operational and financial update. Do you have any opening comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sophie. I just wanted to just give a little bit of an update on the income coming in. We've confirmed a further grant of $10,776, which takes our grants percentage up to 81% and our total sponsorship and grants percentage up to 91% of what we'd budgeted. And also our early bird is closing today, so we've been tracking numbers quite ferociously in the office, and we're currently sitting at 2,421 registered entrants.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem?
Just happy to move option 1. You must be very happy with that result.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we are.
Councillor Walker had indicated that he wishes to move, so I'd be happy for you to second. That's okay. It's his portfolio. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. And this is my follow-up question from before, and it really relates to point 23 on page 215. You talk about that the council will be called upon to approve an underwrite for the games if the event exceeds its budget. So my question relates to the fact that this time 2 years ago we had an almost identical report with an almost identical answer to number of registrations and how they were tracking, and they were fine. And then some months later the council was called upon to provide a significant underwrite, which basically came out of the blue, and I'm really concerned that with the same report, no budget attached, no financials, is that we're, I'm really concerned where this puts council in, because in the SLA that we've just approved, it was that you would call upon 4 months before the games, which would be today.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. A couple of points from the 2024 event, in that we had a budget of 5,000 entrants. We re-evaluated and realistically looked at what we felt we could achieve, which is why we dropped the budget of entrants to 3,800, which is what we received in 2024. We also went through a review process of our delivery plan, and we've taken another $100,000 off the expense line out of the Games Hub to try and make sure we achieve a break-even budget.
Thank you, that's great to hear. And then my next question is, if you get to a point in January where registration numbers are not tracking to 3,800, have you got a fallback plan to amend your budget at that? I know it's a very late stage.
Yeah, it is really, really hard to amend once you get to that stage. There are costs that have already been spent. We are being really, really scrupulous in where we spend our money and how we spend the money, and trying to pull back as many expenses as we can.
Thank you. Councillor Walker, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would. Thank you, and Mayor Sophie, and thanks to Ms Costello and Ms Sudden. And it's great to see, and in response to the Deputy Mayor's questioning, I saw a more diligent process this time and a more realistic targets. As you've read the papers, and those of you who don't know the Masters Games, and those you do, you'll be aware that it's the largest regularly occurring event in Dunedin, and something Ōtepoti should be rightly proud of. In fact, I, and I assume others around the table, have probably competed in past games. I'm proud owner of a bronze, silver, and a gold medal, all for golf. If you're wondering, the team that sits behind the biennial event should be proud of all the work they do in making sure it remains a success. And by the way, it's also Aotearoa's biggest and longest running multi-sport festival. Importantly though, this event is not only an established, iconic Dunedin sporting event, but it's also a large economic generator with an estimated positive economic impact that sees over $3.2 million injected into the Dunedin economy during the event, and hopefully more for this one that will start on January 31. And there is of course the added positivity of health and well-being of participating residents and visitors, although I think the wine tasting probably doesn't quite fit the health part, but definitely the well-being part. And under the agreement with Council, the board has to achieve at least 85% of the Games grants and sponsorship funding at the time this report is presented, and it's really encouraging to hear today that it's at 91%, so well ahead of where we were last time. And despite some issues previously, we've heard from Ms Costello, who has stressed that they are well on target to at least break even this time around, allaying any fears that the Trust will be seeking an underwrite from us. And fingers crossed, they may even come to us telling us they've got a profit. This is the sort of event that I see as very on brand for a city like Dunedin, and we should have no hesitation in thanking the Masters Games Trust for their great work, but also fully supporting option one, the option in front of us. Finally, here's a bit of a plug. We have 64 days until the 2026 Games, the 37th edition, by the way, which begins, as I mentioned, on January 31st. So I urge anyone around this table, we haven't got much time left, who wants to compete, to put their name forward before the early bird registration ends at the close of what time? 5? Oh, midnight tonight. You've got till midnight tonight, guys, if you want to do speed jigsawing or wine tasting or running, golfing, jumping, whatever. So please get your applications in. It really is a great event. So please, I urge you all to support this very healthy motion. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you. Given the uncertain times we live in, it's Dunedin's largest recurring event. It's fair to say the Masters Games financial results have been on a downward spiral. Yet, if we believe government commentary, the future should be brighter going forward. Ultimately, participation numbers will determine the Masters Games' future viability and the operating budgets to hold the event. I appreciate the effort shown by the Trust in tweaking all aspects of this event, and I'm happy to support the changes proposed. Thank you.
Councillor van der Vis.
Similarly, the fact that they are still aiming at a break-even budget when all other aspects of the Games are a big positive for Dunedin indirectly is creditable, all power to the Trust, and hopefully they will get their break-even budget.
Councillor Walker, your right of reply.
All good.
Put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Abstentions? That is carried. We'll move on to item 19. Dunedin City Council submission on the Otago Regional Council Indigenous Biodiversity Strategy 2025. Welcome Mr McLean and Mr Kochek to the table. Do you have any opening comments?
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Yes, so this is ORC's response to the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity. The strategy as proposed is it's not a regulatory document, but it does refer to the Regional Pest Management Plan, which is a plan prepared under the Biosecurity Act. That plan, the RPMP, has implications for DCC as a landowner, has implications for all landowners, and we do budget to respond to the RPMP, particularly in parks and recreation. Our submission as it's drafted seeks some clarification on a number of points, including the correlation with the RPMP and the proposed strategy. It also supports some things in it, recommends or suggests some other things in it. Happy to take questions, but I will note that this was prepared drawing on expertise from across the organisation. So Mr Kochuk and I will do our very best to answer questions, but there may be some detail we may have to come back to you on if we can't.
Thank you. Just checking on page 222, it talks about there is a requirement for a regional biodiversity strategy. So this strategy is in going back to what government requires, that there be a strategy, if that makes sense. So we had to do it, or they had to do it, we have to respond. Okay, so Councillor Walker, Councillor Hall and Councillor van der Vis.
Thank you. And further to your question, Mayor, it's surely first question is, this sits under the requirements of the National Policy Statement of Biodiversity, doesn't it?
Yes, for the ORC, yes. Yep.
And I'll probably get in first here. The obvious question is related to Tuesday's announcement, but the assumption obviously is that we continue as is, as if there will be an enduring regional council. There's nothing else we can do at this juncture.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, until we find out otherwise, we'll carry on.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Usha. ORC strategy focuses mainly on rural and ecological landscape. Can staff explain its strategy or practically support urban biodiversity?
So my read of it, Councillor, is it supports Indigenous biodiversity across landscapes, which includes and recognises the importance of providing for urban biodiversity. Our connected network of parks and reserves, street trees, that sort of thing, supports Indigenous biodiversity. Doesn't necessarily have to be Indigenous biodiversity or native habitat, but it all works together to support Indigenous biodiversity. So that's right across urban and rural landscapes.
Councillor van der Vis.
Thank you, Mr McLean. You've said that we do budget to respond to the RPMP. have we budgeted similarly in the past, and how much has that budget been, and what have we had to spend in effect?
I'll take that in parts. I will have to come back to you on the exact budget. The Regional Pest Management Plan has been around for a couple of decades. There's been several iterations of it, and we are required to. Typically for DCC, we would respond to Old Man's Beard. We get inspected by Regional Council Biosecurity staff, and they give us a list of locations. We know the locations, but if they find any new, they give us that, and we have to control that. We're required to control that. Excuse me. Rabbits is another one. We actively control rabbits. We get our sites inspected for rabbit infestation, and if it is found to have failed the inspection, which is based on a nationwide accepted scale called the McLean scale. If we go above level 3 on the McLean scale, we are required to take action. But I'm happy to get the budget for you and circulate that.
I wasn't after an exact figure, just a rough quantum to give us an idea. Last year, this year?
We spend several $100,000 on pest control, but that's also wrapped into our city sanctuary control program. And possums and rats and mustelids are not part of the RPMP, so possums in particular are managed under a national pest management plan predominantly for bovine tuberculosis.
Can I just say that the possum eradication in an area that I know well, north of Mount Cargill, has been spectacular in its success.
Councillor Gary, then Councillor Raddick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā kōrua, Mr Kojak and Mr McLean. And that segues very nicely from the previous speaker around a comment that I wanted to ensure was in here, to mention our successes, because we've had some spectacular successes in the predator-free, even if they don't come under this. I think we need to really make a thing about that and strengthen it. The matter, and I don't quite know where it fits here, and forgive me if I didn't see it, I mentioned this recently at a meeting with colleagues that, I can't remember the bit of legislation, that feral cats were out and then they're back in now, which was really good. How does that come in under this?
Thank you, Councillor. I don't know if the strategy goes into that granular level. They do talk about potential site-led approaches, which would be picking a site, obviously, and then dealing with all manner of threats to Indigenous biodiversity, which cats may form.
Feral cats, just so we're really clear, very important. And also we know the impact of poaching. I don't see that mentioned, and maybe, again, it doesn't come into the strategy, but I do see it as something that has poaching of Indigenous species, and we certainly had that with the jewel gecko in the past, and the importance of those fines being right up there. So would that fall under this?
I'm not sure. They do talk about, somewhere in the document, about getting consistency. I think it's consistency around marine mammal strandings, which falls under the purview of Department of Conservation, and they're the lead agency in the CITES, the Convention of Trade in Endangered Species. So we can put that in our submission to seek some clarity on how the strategy interacts with other agencies charged with those sorts of things.
And for clarity, I'm talking about the times in the past when jewel geckos have been poached and taken away and actually retrieved at the border. Some of them poached twice, and the reason we know that is because we've got a great record of the markings, which are very individualised. And my final question is around the biodiversity and the pest species and the Otago Regional Council's process around that. For many years, I speak from experience, for many years there was no kind of contact with property owners around these matters, and very relevantly and appropriately now there is. They have seemed to have the resource, but channel of communication for the community to get on board is really important, and taking the community with us with them in this strategy really important. So I wonder if something could be put in there around that.
Yes, it seems the co-op busily making notes. So, yep.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Vandervis. Our work with possums has been fantastic. What about rabbits? Particularly on the peninsula, which is now pretty much possum-free, almost completely possum-free, but there seems to be plenty of rabbits. Do we actually do any work on rabbits?
Yes, we do on our land. We spend quite a bit of time and resource on rabbits. Rabbit control is one of those things where, and I think Councillor Geary was alluding to this, we really need a concerted effort from all landowners. It's quite futile operating in isolation, so that's an approach that the Otago Regional Council have taken in the last few years, is to actually try and get community action on those sorts of pests. So, but yes, we do actively undertake rabbit control year round. Yep.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I couldn't see anything in either the ORC document or the response about any of the specific things which are quite visible now, gorse and wilding pines. Where would they come up in council business in terms of addressing those?
Thanks, Councillor. So both wild and conifers and gorse feature in the regional pest management plan. So they are governed by regulation. And there are rules for property owners in certain areas of Otago, and they're required to undertake control to varying degrees depending on where in Otago they are.
Councillor Walker has indicated a willingness to move. Would you like to move, and we have a seconder? Councillor Treadwell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I do want to speak to this, and a couple of questions raised the difficulty, like Councillor Chambers' question of getting your head around all the various management plans that exist, and I've been around this a long time and still find it quite confusing. But anyway, on to this. I'm sure you've read this and you've read the strategy, and I just wanted to start with the forward that the chair of the OSC wrote in the document, in the draft plan that we have attached to our papers, and I'll read it out. Otago's native plants, animals and fungi, and the relationship between them and how they shape our landscape are something we all treasure. They shape who we are, where we live, and the connection we feel to the region we call home. We rely on our uniquely Otago biodiversity for our well-being and our livelihoods. But later on in the strategy, it goes on to say, or to point out that we are not on track to maintain Otago's biodiversity due to pressures including invasive species, habitat loss, pollution and climate change. In essence, that's why we need a strong, fit-for-purpose and robust strategy, something that guides us on the path to protecting and enhancing our unique and, importantly, our economically valuable biodiversity. And in this region, it is economically valuable. However, and I can't move this without mentioning what happened, what was announced on Tuesday, and Tuesday's news related to the future of our friends over at the Otago Regional Council, and of course the signalled and far-reaching changes to the RMA that likely to be with us prior to Christmas. As it feels somewhat forlorn submitting to the ORC Indigenous Biodiversity Strategy, and I was thinking of an analogy, and it feels a wee bit like planning to build a new kitchen in a house knowing that the house is soon to be demolished. That said, we are where we are now, and we have to proceed as if this will be adopted and nothing will change. And of course, whatever transpires, we need to assume that there will be a version of some type designed to fulfil the aspirations and goals of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, or some other methodology of providing a regional framework to maintain and enhance the Indigenous biodiversity across our land, freshwater and coastal environments. So with that in mind, I do thank staff for what is a really well put together and on point submission, and to the ORC actually for what I think is a visionary and well written and easy to understand document. And I think we can take a wee lesson from it. Actually, the opening part of that document is really clear and understandable. And in terms of our submission points, I broadly support the commentary we have made, but want to emphasise just a few particular areas. And I'm going to speak particularly to number 9, 11 and 14 of the submission. Number 9 is that the DCC considers that inclusion of maps identifying the ORC's designated site-led areas would greatly enhance the document. And I think if you've read it, I don't think you can disagree with that. It would be that spatial clarity would really assist councils and landowners. And on point 11, I think it's really wise we point out that the DCC would appreciate confirmation of whether councils may in future be assessed against the full suite of species listed in the Regional Pest Management, the RPMP. And Councillor Van Vers, I always struggle to, those 4 letters together are just weirdly hard to get out. RPMP. Using a pass-fail methodology similar to that applied to rabbits, because the consequences of that would be financially quite restrictive. And on point 14, DCC also recommends strengthening acknowledgement of the significant biodiversity protection work already undertaken by community groups, and we shouldn't underestimate the work that community groups do. And just to point out, some of that work around possums is community led, but also a lot of that's led by Osprey, and the work they do is phenomenal. Although they do work in concert with community groups on that work. Those partnerships are really important. So it goes without saying that whatever transpires in terms of the future makeup of regional councils and/or RMA reform, that these community groups will still play a vital and pivotal role in biodiversity protection. So I hope you fully support the submission, and I'm sure we all look with interest towards the future, whatever that makeup may look like. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Walker has covered all the salient points, but there's a couple that I just want to pick up on. The biodiversity and the extraordinary biodiversity we have in this city is one of our superpowers. It's a key element. It's part of our DNA. And there are many good news stories in this area, and I just want to mention it. I'm fully supportive of the submission, and the predator-free element that is mentioned in paragraph 14. I think we should be, as I mentioned in my questions, trumpeting from the rooftops the extraordinary successes we've had. We're down to under 5 possums on the Otago Peninsula. That was a community-led project with some more recent funding, and now with predator-free organisation and support, an extraordinary achievement. And the key to that is the taking the community on the journey with us. And that's why I made that comment. And that's in paragraph 6, the coordinated approach. If you're going to have a coordinated approach, you need to have property owners on board. And in that particular piece of work through the Otago Peninsula Biodiversity Group's work demonstrated how best to do that. I want to acknowledge too the extraordinary volunteers that do this work. I have met many of them, not all of them, and there's some long-standing heroes and heroines in amongst them. And I mentioned poaching, and I mentioned it because I've seen the impact of that firsthand. I can't really talk about the detail too much because we're very careful about not acknowledging the locations, but what I can say is that in a former time we regularly had some of our Indigenous tauko poached from this city by dealers from Europe taking them back to sell them at fairs, wildlife fairs, and getting extraordinary amounts of money for them. It was only when the government put the fines up that we stopped all of that. But we're always on alert, and that is something we need to be aware of. And also, of course, the part that climate change plays as we go forward. We value our biodiversity. The submission speaks to that, but climate change is a really important threat to all of that. So I commend the submission, ask for those points to be strengthened that I mentioned, and particularly as we go forward, the ORC can't do this work alone, DCC can't do this work alone. The community needs to come along for the journey and be informed and on board with what needs to happen at a local level. Thank you.
Councillor Sims and Councillor Mayhem, and I just want to make everyone aware of time. It is marching on, so thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Sophie, and I'm going to need your forbearance here for a moment, but Councillor Walker's commentary has opened the opportunity for me to say that I believe this council needs to offer a letter of support and solidarity to the staff of the ORC. I think the shambles around the announcement is creating a great deal of uncertainty for ORC staff leading into Christmas, and a lot of them do essential work, and I use the example of, biodiversity is one of them, but the Tyree flood protection and drainage scheme is a complex scheme that relies on very well established and operators, and what I'm really worried about is the way this has been announced, that those people are probably now looking for a job in Australia. So I think it would be a great idea, for however the mechanism is, for Mayor Sophie, and perhaps supported by the Chief Executive, to write a letter of support to the ORC, understanding that a lot of this work still needs to be done, and if it's going to come into this building here, we're going to need those people. So thank you. I'm sorry to go off topic.
Good topic, thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Just very briefly, I don't know when I last saw a possum. I'd just like to acknowledge staff and volunteers of the Halo Project, Predator Free, the City Sanctuary, and volunteers in our coastal communities, Aramoana, the Peninsula, Waitati, neighbours of the Eco Sanctuary, and the newly formed Araha Kaikra Valley project, for the incredible amount of volunteer hours that go into the trapping programs that happen around the city. I was speaking to some Waitaki district residents just the other day, and they were envious of the eradication programs that we run here, and complained about, planting vegetables and roses and getting up each morning to find that the possums had gobbled them all up. And I think that we are very privileged to have forgotten what that is like. So I just want to say we're doing a really great job, and that's something to be proud of. Kia ora.
Councillor Walker, you're right to reply.
Yeah, just briefly. Councillor Gary, it's our indigenous biodiversity is absolutely and indeed a superpower for this phenomenal part of Aotearoa. And as a trustee of Predator Free Dunedin, I almost feel sorry for those 5 stubborn cliff-dwelling possums. They must feel very, very unloved, although their days are numbered. But I think, joking apart, we must also be aware as a council that you'll all be probably cognizant of the fact that Predator Free 2050, which was a very laudable, I think it was a John Key initiative, has been now in essence wound up and handed over to the Department of Conservation. So it's got its own issues and is going through a very thorough strategic review, and hopefully Predator Free Dunedin will be spat out of that as a surviving entity. So just be aware of that. Councillor Sims, I think a letter of support to the RC is a very good idea, and I'm sure it's something we can easily arrange through the Mayor. And Councillor Mayhem, thanks for your thanks.
Okay, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, abstentions. I declare that the motion is carried. So we will move into the DCC Professional Theatre Fund grants with Ms Moran and Ms Wilkie.
Can I ask a procedural question, Madam Chair? Are we going to go into non-public in order to be able to discuss this?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
I'm just waiting till they came to the table just to... Okay, and I will now move that the Council, pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, exclude the public from the meeting for the reasons outlined in the agenda on C6, which was commercial and privacy, and I'll just adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Thank you, Councillor Walker, for seconding it. All those in favour say aye. I declare the motion carried. So, Deputy Mayor Lucas has indicated a willingness to move.
Thank you, Ms. Sophie. Firstly, I'd like to move that items number 7, which is Dracoons Productions, and number 9, Stage South Charitable Trust, both be declined.
We got a seconder for that? I'll second that. Would you like to speak to that? Anybody else? Councillor Gary?
I would, and I want to start by thanking the Aratoy team and Ms Wilkie in particular. This is a heart-wrenching decision to have to make, to be perfectly honest with you. There's nothing normal about this process, and I would suggest to my colleagues that this, I understand this is a stopgap measure. I want to acknowledge the Chief in making sure this made it onto the agenda, because these groups are waiting. Some of the events are coming up quite soon. It was difficult with the recommended amounts being published, but as you'll appreciate, isn't quite how this is normally done. So for the community, this has been hard. I want to quote Gretchen LaRoche, the CNZ Chief Executive, who says, "We can't keep having the same conversation to justify the arts to the government. We are investment, not a handout." And I wanted to just remind colleagues about that. We often look at the economic impact of these kinds of decisions, and I remind people that the Massey University piece of work on the performing arts showed that $1 invested in performing arts renders $3.20 back in return, and $3.4 billion the arts sector contributes to the New Zealand economy. So in terms of our city, we're spending money here, yes, but I want to remind you about the fact we often mention the livability of our city. We talk about a vibrant city, and that sure as heck doesn't come from pipes in the ground. And the arts is the heart and soul of our city. I'm very familiar with the Aratoy strategy. I actually attended every single consultation that contributed to its establishment, and I'm very aware of the extraordinary talent, and we're going to hear about this in another item, that we have in this city, homegrown and from overseas. We really do have some exceptional people here producing amazing theatre work. And since the demise of the Fortune Theatre Company, and you'll just note that's different to the Fortune Theatre building, which we call 231 Stewart Street, that we've been trying to build back up the professional theatre sector. Immediately after the demise of the Fortune Theatre, money was ring-fenced, and this is the money we're deciding on today. And I want to just comment on what is the value of these productions. Some of you will see it in money terms. How many audience have you got attending? You know, what is the economic impact? I see it quite differently, and I know that Councillor Mayhem will speak to her passion for the arts, but I see the social commentary, particularly in the times we live in, as being really important. And I want to pick out two of the productions, one that is proposed to get funding and one that is not. So Julia, Birds of a Feather, it caused me when I was looking at the application to have a look at Julia Gillard's speech on misogyny, and if you haven't seen it, look it up on YouTube. It's quite something. It's very relevant to our time, and so that's a point of real social commentary. The Nicola Cheeseman is back is related to how society treats women who are ageing, something rather close to my heart, and we're not funding that, sadly. So often the value in these kinds of productions is in the social commentary. And Summer Shakespeare's become a real part of our landscape in terms of the summer in the city, produced by an extraordinary international expert that lives in our community and chose our city to come and make a life in. So these are very difficult decisions, and it's with a heavy heart that I speak to the fact that we will, if this goes through, not be funding 2 of the productions.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Your Worship. Today's decisions have been incredibly difficult, heartbreaking in fact, that we've had so many applicants, the most we've ever had to this fund, and the unforeseen consequences, I fear, without funding Let There Be Dragons, the company may actually fold, and this will be the second after the loss of Prospect Park Productions. We are not creating an atmosphere for the arts to thrive here in our city, and this is something I'm passionate about, our people, and invested in the future of the performing arts. I regard Otiputi's performing arts as essential to our city. I support the arts because I'm part of the creative community and I have lived experience in the performing arts. And the arts are part of our well-being and very much essential. An investment in the arts is an investment in a prosperous, vibrant, healthy community. The arts, culture and creativity make valuable contributions to society, connecting people to place, building social cohesion, a sense of belonging, shaping community identity. Let's be reminded, as Councillor Gary mentioned, the economic bang for buck, $3.20 to every $1 spent. The Professional Theatre Fund was established to fill that hole left by the Fortune Theatre's closure. I applaud the theatre network for their patience, their time, energy and sacrifice to continue to operate without suitable venues. They adapt and they show flexibility as practitioners, even though our superstars like Lara McGregor, for her it means yo-yoing between cities to go where her mahi is supported. Dunedin artists remain grossly underfunded, yet are expected to make professional quality theatre, and by some miracle, they do so. The arts is our identity. It's how we bring together our community. It's who we are, our diversity, our strength, our identity, and we need to fund for success, as Miss Wilkie told us. The health of the arts is a mirror to the general well-being of our city and its cultural vibrancy. The theatre provides literacy, education, social discourse and social change. Theatre historically speaks the truth to society and bravely wraps its discourse up as entertainment. It makes us think and it challenges the norm. Just as the jester is the only person in the court with the courage to speak the truth to the king or the queen. Almost as old as time itself, we've been practitioners of the arts since Jesus went to kindy. I continue to support the funding of projects and venues as passed by our last council in May in the long-term plan process. I managed to get councillors to come and have a look at the Playhouse and the Athenaeum with question and answers afterwards so they could gain a broader understanding of why our facilities are in dire need. And I certainly have worked hard to support Cornerstone Arts funding to finesse and maximise what we're asking for regarding the Playhouse and ideal outcomes for purpose-built theatre in the city. This is something that I won't give up on because I believe the arts is what it is to be human. Thank you.
Your right of reply, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Thank you. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. You have another motion?
Yes, I have. Thank you. I would like to move that the following organisations be funded. Number 1, Afterburner, 8,474. Number 2, Birds of a Feather, 15,000. Number 3, Carol Brown Dances and Collaborations, 14,000. Number 4, Curiouser and Curiouser, 16,000. Number 5, Dunedin Summer Shakespeare, 9,826. Number 8, Impresores Incorporated, 6,000. And number 10, Wow Productions, 14,900.
Would anybody... Oh, seconder. I'll second. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. And we are going to have a resolution to exclude the public. I move that the council, pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, exclude the public from the meeting for the reasons outlined in the agenda. And I will adjourn the meeting for 2 minutes because we still have 5 items to get through. Thank you. All those in favour? Yep. Thank you.